Thanks very much, Sandy. Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee on Wednesday, the 30th of March 2022. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Can remind members to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off their video when you're not addressing the meeting. Should you wish to contribute to any item, you should write speak in the Teams chat function and you'll be invited to speak in order about new issues. Should your question or issue be raised by a previous speaker, please withdraw your request so that we deal with the business as efficiently as possible. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting for any reason, can I remind you to either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time, or you could write leave in the Teams chat function and then join on your return. This will allow us to monitor members' presence. Tracy, can you confirm the sediment, please? And I approve remote participation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. We've got 16 members present, got 13 participating through Microsoft Teams and 3 members present in the Council HQ, and that's being Councillor Maitland, Councillor McKee and Councillor Thompson. I've got 2 apologies from Councillor Hislop and Councillor Martin. We've got 3 members not present at the start, being Councillor Giusti, Councillor Sloan, sorry, that's 2 because Ronnie Tate's joined, 2 not present at the start, and I've had notification from Councillor McClelland that he will join the meeting late. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Declarations of interest, members?
Chair, yeah.
Aye.
Item number 11, I'll seek guidance on this actually. My business carries out work for Aldernook Fishery, so I don't know whether you want me to remain in that decision or to remove myself.
That's a decision entirely in your hands, Doug. If you think you're entitled to remain, fine. If you think there might be compromise, then you must decide yourself. But it's certainly noted, and I'll get Tracy to just maybe offer advice once the rest of the declarations have been made. So agenda item 11, Doug, but I've got a number wanting to come in as well. So I've got Stephen Thompson, Ian Blake, Jane Maitland and Pauline Drysdale on Councillor Driver. So Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just in relation to agenda item 7. I suppose I would declare an interest insofar as I attend and support the Community Council, and I'm aware of the objectors in this one because I attended the Community Council where they made representation. However, that would be part of my normal duties, and as far as that's concerned, I would consider myself still able to make a non-predetermined decision on this matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Ian Blake, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's item 9. One of the objectors is a fellow Conservative candidate in the forthcoming election standing in my ward. Although I have never met him, I've spoken to him on one occasion, certainly not concerning this. Similarly with Mr Dowson, I've had a few communications, mainly about another fairly large proposal in the Dumfries area, but I have had no discussion with him other than acknowledging an email, as I did with everyone that sent me an email about item 9. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And I would hope we're not all going to be making a declaration about receiving emails, or every member will probably have to make a declaration. I think we'll just accept if folk have got an email and done nothing other than passed it on. That's an appropriate way to deal with a communication with individuals in relation to particular planning items. Councillor Maitland, please.
Chairman, item number 4, as in the last meeting, I declared an interest and I continue that interest.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Drysdale, Pauline.
Morning, members. I also declare an interest in item number 4 as per the last meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. Councillor Driver Archie, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's item number 11. A few years ago, I went and visited the place and looked at the business plan for the thing, but I did suggest at the time I would not make any recommendations to them, so therefore I will be staying in the meeting on that particular one.
Thank you very much, Archie. Councillor McComb, Jim, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just to note, I'm a former member of the Whithorn Trust who have put in an objection for item 8. Just for noting, Chair.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jim. And Tracy, can you just give Doug Fairbairn some advice, please? He was looking for some extra advice on his declaration.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, as you already mentioned at the start, it's for each member to determine if their interest is such that they should leave or declare it for noting. So I'll leave it up to Councillor Fairbairn to decide. And maybe if we get to that item and he feels that it's going a different way, he can come back in and remove himself from the meeting at that point.
Thanks, Tracy, and thanks for that advice. If you're okay with that, Doug?
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'll stay in for that, and if I feel the need to leave, I will. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doug. And I don't see any other declarations of interest. So we'll move on to agenda item number 3, the minute of the previous meeting of the 23rd of February 2022. Is that a true record, members? And if I don't see any dissent, I will take it that we do approve the minutes as set out in your papers today. Thank you, members. And we'll now move on to the procedures for today. Tracy, can you take us through the procedures for today, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy, and no other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee and such members should withdraw after making their presentation, and applicants or their agents. In line with the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020 Schedule 6 Part 4 covering the exclusion of the public from meetings of local authorities, representatives were offered the option of joining the meeting remotely to deliver their presentation or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Thanks for that. So we move on, members, to agenda item number 4. And I should maybe have declared an interest in this. Mr. Gourley phoned me just yesterday, not to discuss the planning application itself, but to explain that he had tried to send some information to the planning department without success. And I suggested to him that it would be best if the agenda item 4 took its natural course and was dealt with today, and he was satisfied with that. So I'll ask Mr. Sutty just to give an update on that issue about the communications with Mr. Gourley, and then we'll go to a discussion on the agenda item number. Or we'll not go to a discussion. Hopefully we'll take advice from officers and deal with it as set out in the paper. Mr. Sutty, David, are you there to help with the communications issue, please?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, if that's okay, I'll cover that as part of the overall presentation. Just to remind members of the background, if Fiona can advance the slides, I've stripped the presentation back just to show you what I consider to be the three most important slides. You can see with the red rectangle there, that's the location of the shed in question. You can see that there's a property on the other side of the road called Ingliston, which is in separate ownership, and there's another property nearby called Poundland, and that was discussed at the last meeting. So the next slide gives you the context of that. So you can see more or less in the centre of the slide, you've got the shed, and then just to the left, you've got Upper Ingliston itself, and then Poundland at the right-hand side. And the final slide, just to leave it on, is the actual shed itself. So there's quite a discussion at the last meeting, members will recall, as to whether or not the relevant legislation which came into play in 1992 actually applied to this building. Officers were under the belief that the building was within 30 years and therefore the Town Country Planning General Permitted Development Order 1992 applied. That was a piece of legislation that changed a lot of things, but introduced for the first time the requirement for a determination of prior approval for agricultural buildings. Before that, there were absolutely huge permitted development rights that you could pretty much do anything without the need for getting planning permission for an agricultural building. So it also introduced in that legislation the issue of a protected building, which is anything which is within 400 metres of certain activities. So on this particular instance here, had the building been established to be post-1992, then the legislation regarding protected buildings would come into play. So after the meeting, we got in touch with the three relevant parties, the two objectors who live at Upper Ingliston, the property, and Poundland. They came back and confirmed that basically what is set out in paragraph 1.2 of the update report, which is enough information to satisfy us that we think that the buildings are protected buildings under that legislation, if it is actually applicable. But if you actually then look at the bigger fundamental issue, it's whether or not that building was built before or after March 1992. And the applicant, Mr. Gourley, did get in touch. He confirmed that, as you'll see in the report, there was two things he confirmed. First of all, that there was the confirmation that the people who worked on the shed, it was built in 1974, making it 48 years old. He also tried to send us a link which would have actually provided an overall aerial view, but unfortunately that website was subscription only, required passwords and so on. We had no access to that, so we were unable to actually establish that. And to be honest, an aerial photo would possibly just show that there was a building on the site, not necessarily this building. So after discussion with Laura and Legal Services, we've we've come to the conclusion that the whole application hinges on whether or not the building predates 1992. If it does predate 1992, then basically there is no need for the application which is before yourselves today, and it will be returned. If it is after that, it will obviously have to come back to yourselves, and we'll have to make a decision in due course. But the way forward, we think, as you'll see on page 20 of your agenda, under 2.1a, is to request that the applicant submit what's called a certificate of lawfulness for existing use or development. The applicant therefore has to give sufficient details to really provide comfort to the planning authority that development is authorised. That could take the form of submitting more or less what he said, we've covered in paragraph 1.3, just confirmation, a sworn statement from the people who were involved in building that it was definitely then 1974. If there's any receipts or any other photographic evidence, anything that can be put together. If the certificate is issued, then basically the current application doesn't require planning permission and would be returned. So as you'll see under B, we're also suggesting that a time limit be put on that, just so it doesn't drag on, that the certificate of lawfulness should really be submitted within 6 months of this meeting. If not, then it'll be referred back to a future meeting. So, sorry, it's quite fine print legislative stuff, and I appreciate that. But if members have any queries on that, then I'm quite happy to address those.
Thanks very much, David. So I'm quite sure the comprehensive report we have and the advice you've given is fine. Laura Whitelaw, legal expert, is with us. So members, any questions for David, our case officer, or Laura? If not, I'll go to the recommendations as set out in the papers.
Just a quickie, Chair. Is David suggesting that the 1974 date is not accurate? Is not acceptable?
No, that's not what he's saying at all. He's saying it has to be established or proven, Councillor McKee, and that's why they've got a 6-month window to confirm to the planning department when the construction of the existing shed took place, and if it was in 1974, then that will be the end of the matter, and there will be no need for a planning application to be considered by this committee. It will be a custom and practice that has been in use and it'll continue. I think that's right, David, is it?
That's absolutely right, Chair. We've no basis to question what Mr. Gurley has stated, but there is a formal process to go through, and the certificate would bring it above any question, and he would therefore have a certificate from the planning authority going forward that he would be able to pass on to any others who took property, confirming that. So really, it's the onus becomes on the applicant to submit as much evidence as they can. But if we get sufficient evidence, then there's no reason why we would withhold a certificate, and that would hopefully put the matter to rest.
That's fine. Thanks very much,
David. Thanks, Councillor McKee. So, members, on that note, we will agree with the recommendations on agenda item 4, and that includes the 2 recommendations on your papers on page 21. Tracy, can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So members are not determining this application today. They are agreeing to request the list for existing use of development for the shed in order to establish when it was built, and as above, it should be submitted within 6 months of the date of this meeting, or it will be referred back.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Members, move on to agenda item number 5. An application for the change of use of agricultural land to form mixed-use development comprising erection of boat shed, including attached toilet, shower and laundry facility, expansion and landscaping of existing car parking area, and formation of hard-standing areas with electrical hookups for camper vans at Cairnfield, Isle of Whithorn. The application type's full planning permission, reference number 21/1817/full. The recommendation is to refuse, and our case officer, who is with us, I see, is Billy. Billy, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you say, this is an application for a mixed-use development at Cairnfield, Isle of Whithorn. Just before I go to the presentation, can I just make 3 corrections to the report, or add in some omissions? One of them is very minor and the other 2 are slightly more important. First of all, in the heading of the report, it's actually referred to as the exiting car park. That should read existing car park. The Chair has already read it as existing. But more importantly, in paragraph 4.7, in the last line of paragraph 4.7, there's been an omission there. That should read, and do not jeopardise the scenic landscape which local residents and tourists have come to appreciate. So the words scenic landscape have got to be inserted between the and which. So that should read, do not jeopardise the scenic landscape which local residents and tourists come to appreciate. And finally, in paragraph 432, the second last line, the last sentence, in fact, that should read, however, because it is not possible to approve only one part of a proposal while refusing another part. It's been written as approving another part. So that should read, because it is not possible to approve only part of a proposal while refusing another part, the recommendations must be to refuse the application as a whole. Apologies for these typographical errors. Okay, to take you through the slides. Next slide, please. This is the application site location plan. You can see landward end of the Islehead Peninsula at Isle of Whitthorn. Next slide. This is just a closer view of the peninsula as a whole with the application site. Next slide. This is an aerial view showing the Islehead Peninsula and the application site overlaid on it. You can see it's to the south of the harbour and Harbour Row. Next slide. Again, this is a closer view of the aerial photograph of the application site and the Islehead Peninsula. You can see in that view the two scheduled ancient monuments. Islehead Fort is right at the southern end of the peninsula. You can see previous development, and you can see you can see the outline of the fort, and you can see the later white tower. And then just further north to the right of the red outlined application site, you can see the remains of a building. That is the other scheduled ancient monument. That is the remains of St Ninian's Chapel. Next slide. This is an image of the Islehead Peninsula with the flooding overlay, the medium flood risk overlay. That's as much as anything, well, first of all, to highlight how critical the flooding issue is. And secondly, it picks up on a reference that SEPA have made in their consultation advice to the effect that in times of flooding, the development would become what they refer to as an island development. So you can see that the development site would be completely surrounded by flooding. Next slide, please. Similarly, in this one, because of the sensitivities of the site in historic environment terms, this is an image of the peninsula with the historic environment constraints overlaid. These include the two scheduled ancient monuments I mentioned earlier, the conservation area, an archaeological zone, and an archaeologically sensitive area. There are also archaeological finds having been recorded in the peninsula in the past. Next slide, please. Again, this is just to highlight how highly sensitive this area is. This is an image of the peninsula with all of the planning constraints overlaid. So you can see from that it's a highly sensitive site for a number of reasons. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the site and the Islehead Peninsula from the southern end at the Islehead Fort. You can see the remains of St Ninian's Chapel on the right there, and the site would be just slightly left of centre in that view. Next slide. This is just a wide view from the same point. Again, you can see St Ninian's Chapel and the site. That's a bit closer than previous. And that is a closer view again on the approach from the south at the Islehead Peninsula. The wall in the centre, you can just see over that wall would be what's referred to in the application as the overspill parking site. That's to remain in grass. And beyond that is the main part of the site where you can see a couple of motorhomes and vehicles parked at the moment. Oh, just to say that taken on Sunday, so Sunday last weekend. Next slide, please. That's a view of the overspill section of the site, from St Ninian's Chapel. Next slide. And that's a wide view of the site from St Ninian's Chapel, the overspill grassed area on the left and the main part of the site on the right where you see the vehicles. Next slide. That's a similar view, a wide view from the south, the overspill parking on the left and the main part of the site where the vehicles are further in the distance. Next slide, sorry. This is a view from the south looking along the public pathway which runs along the western, well, effectively the western boundary of the site. The main part of the site is where the vehicles are again, and the grassed overspill parking area would be just over the dike on your right here. Next slide. That's a view into the site from the same point. Next slide. Again, that's just a wider view to show the juxtaposition of the St Ninian's Chapel and the site. Next slide. This is again looking along in the other direction towards the Islehead Peninsula and along the public path, and the grass area of the site would be just over the dike on the left. Next slide. Again, that's just a wider view showing the main part of the site would be where these boats are parked with the grassed area beyond. Next slide. That's the existing access to the site from the public car park. The roads officer has recommended improvements that would be made, would be required to that access were the application to be approved. Next slide. That's a wider view showing the whole of the main part of the site where the vehicles are parked on your left, and the grassed parking and overspill area would be on your right beyond the boats. Next slide. That's a view of the grassed parking and overspill area from the site entrance. And that's a view of the main part of the site from the same point. That's looking to the north towards the village. Next slide. This is a view of the site from the northern end looking generally south. That's the main part of the site where the vehicles are, and the grassed area would be beyond that. Next slide. Again, that's just a wider view to try and show the whole of the site from that point. Next slide. That's a view looking south from the access in the car park. Next slide. This image was taken in 2021. These are a couple of images from the archaeologist and the Built Heritage Policy Officer. So that's an image as it was in summer 2021. Next slide. And again, that's the same thing. That's the site as it was in summer. Next slide. This is a view through the public car park on the approach to the site from Harbour Row. So I'm standing at the end of Harbour Row looking through the car park. You can see where the site is, the motorhome's just beyond the dike, central in that image. Next slide. Again, that's just further up. That's through the public car park. You see the existing site access just beyond the lighting column there. Next slide. That's a view up Harbour Road. That would be on the vehicular approach to the site. That's from the south. Next slide. Sorry, that's a duplicate. That's the same thing, but slightly closer. Harbour Row from the south. This is Harbour Row from the north. Next slide. This is a view a wide view of the site and peninsula from the Harbour Quay. The site is centrally located there. Again, you can identify the site from the vehicles that are parked there at the moment, and the Islehead Tower in the right part, the white tower in the right part of the image. Next slide. This is a view of the site from the other side of the harbour. So this is a wide landscape view of the site from the other side of the harbour. You can see the application site and vehicles just beyond the harbour there. And again, you can see the Islehead Peninsula and the white tower. Next slide. So these are the plans submitted with the application. This is the location plan. Next slide. Proposed elevations and site plan. This is the latest revision. You can see on the gable elevations of the building shown in that image, the architect has overlaid, for ease of understanding, how much the ridge height was reduced in the amended scheme. So there was a significant reduction in ridge height. It's acknowledged in the report and indeed in the consultations from the Built Heritage Policy Officer that has constituted a significant improvement as far as the building itself is concerned. The proposed layout is shown on the right in green in that slide. Next one, please. I've extracted this image from that previous drawing just to try and give a clearer picture of what was proposed in terms of layout. You see the boat shed and facilities building in the northwestern corner of the site, the 13 motorhome parking bays to be created in grasscrete surfacing, which is a concrete surface that's laid on top of grass, and grass is supposed to grow through it. There are also electrical hookup points for the motorhomes in that area. To the south of that, there is again a grasscrete hard surfaced area for car parking. And then the slight dogleg further to the south at the bottom of that image is what's referred to in the submissions and the report as the overspill grassed parking area. Next slide, please. These are side elevations of the proposed building, again with an overlay showing the reduction in ridge height. Next slide. This is cross sections of the site showing what the levels would be as proposed. Next slide. This is the floor plan of the proposed boat shed and the location plan. Next slide. This is a photo montage that was submitted by the applicant to give an impression of how they see the site looking when it was completed. The building is shown just left of centre in that view. Of course, there are only 1 or 2 motorhomes there in that impression. Next slide. There are a couple of images here that were provided by an objector, so I've just qualified them by saying that because they were provided by a third party, we can't verify these images. But I've no reason to doubt them, but clearly we can't verify them. Next slide. So this is a view again. Oh, back one. This is a view taken from the other side of the harbour, as it was at some point, either in 2020 or 2021. No date was given. But that was clearly at a time when there were numerous motorhomes parked in the area that's now subject of the application. Next slide. That's another of the same, slightly different viewpoint, presumably on the same day, and you can see St Ninian's Chapel in that view. Next slide. So the key issues here, as you can see from the early slides, it's a very, very sensitive area. Key determining issues are principal, flooding, historic environment, stroke design, and the coastal location. and the recommendation is to refuse the application for the reasons stated. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Billy. Members, questions for our case officer? I think a very comprehensive report. Billy has negated any question. Oh no, Councillor McComb. Jim, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Well, you mentioned access to the site via a public car park.
Yes.
Do we as a council own and maintain that car park?
The council doesn't own public roads or car parks, but the council, under the Road Scotland Act, the council are responsible for them, and as far as I understand it, the council does maintain that car park.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Can I continue, please, Chair?
Sure thing.
Is there a history of flooding in that public car park?
There is history of flooding recorded. If you see from both the Council Flood Risk Management Team and SEPA's consultation responses, both referred to recorded flooding events. I think they referred to 2018 and 2020. I'm not aware of how much that car park has flooded in the past, but certainly part of it has, the lower part of it has, and Harbour Row and the Harbour Quay and Main Street, Isle of Whithorn all have a history of flooding.
Thank you, Billy. Billy, what is the procedure if the harbour is overtopped and that public car park flooded?
I have no knowledge of that, Councillor McComb.
So you're not aware that the road would be closed?
Well, presumably if it was flooded, it would be closed.
And therefore there would be no access to the site in question?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. I have two other speakers, are Councillor Maitland and Councillor Drysdale. Jane, please.
Thanks very much. Billy, we didn't see a picture of how the boat shed would relate to the houses next door to it, did we? I don't think that was in there. Just to check.
You mean a photograph or a drawing?
Well, I did see there was a photograph, quite a long distance away photograph, but there was no drawing to show how the boat shed related to the heights. I'm really talking about heights and proximity.
I think the photo montage that's now on the screen is a fair representation of how that would look. I've no reason to take issue with that photo montage. It's been produced by the applicants. You can see the existing Harbour Row immediately behind. I think in my report it refers to the fact that the area where the boat shed is to be would be approximately 15 metres from the closest existing development at its closest point. So I don't think we would have any issues, and I think that's made clear in the report and indeed in the consultation advice from the Built Heritage Policy Officer, that there would not be an unacceptable adverse effect on the listed buildings on Harbour Row as a result of the building part of the proposal.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Councillor Drysdale. Pauline, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Billy, thanks for the comprehensive report. Could you kindly go back to the plan, and I would like to ask you some questions from that, the flat layout plan, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Back.
Yeah, back. I think it
Back.
was back.
Back.
Yeah, that one.
No,
just
next
forward.
one. Forward again.
That's the one. Thank you
That
so
one.
much, Billy. So I can see, forgive me, it might be my eyesight, but I can see the existing access down to the halfway on the bottom left. You see that existing access? Is that the access that will be continued from the diagram? I'm sorry if I'm not reading it correctly. And the second question is, for this additional car parking, it's not to be the overspill parking, is the additional car parking for the use, potentially for the use of camper vanners who bring an additional car or have visitors, and overspill for the public from the current car park on the left-hand side. That I just need that clarified, because I think to the bottom right of the drawing is the second area to be considered for development, but that's not in the current drawing, Billy. So if you could just confirm that with me. Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. On the question of the access, the existing access is the access that would be used for the whole development, and is the access that I showed in the images. The roads officer has recommended some improvements that would be required. So that is the...
Yeah, I can see it. I think it's gone past it. I can see it now. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was to continue as that access. That's helpful. Thank you.
Could we go back to that previous slide that we were with the layout, please? Next one. That one. Thank you. Your other questions were with regard to the parking. Taking it from the north, clearly the northern part of the site is the building and the motorhome parking. Mm-hmm. That would be done in grasscrete, so the hard surface circulation areas and motorhome bays would be in grasscrete, so that's a hard surface with theoretically grass growing through it. The south, immediately south of that, is a parking area that again would be in grasscrete. So for ease of reference, we can refer to that as the formal parking area. That would be available to the public, and indeed, as you mentioned, that would be available for anyone with a motorhome who had an additional car or whatever. So that would effectively be a public car park. That would be hard surfaced. The dogleg grassed area to the very bottom at the southern end of the site is referred to on the drawing as overspill parking, and that's the terminology that I use throughout the report for that area. And in the supporting submissions, they also refer to overspill parking in that grassed area. So there's no hard surfacing or other operational development proposed in that part of the site.
Okay, may I come back in, Chair?
Certainly, Pauline.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Billy. There's nothing to state in the report, Billy, that there is an excess of parking, a lack of parking in that area. Is that the case? Do you have those figures? Was there any documentation with regards to the statistics on whether or not there's a lack of parking? Just forget, this is a subliminary question to the actual camper van site. So just with regards to parking, the question is, during the summer periods, is there lack of parking in that area? Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
I'm just referring to the roads officer's consultation response. I don't think he makes any specific reference to there being a shortfall in parking as existing, but in the real world there is. You know, from personal knowledge, on busy summer days in the Isle of Whithorn, it's almost impossible to park. You'll have seen from the images of Harbour Row that there's end-on parking. That is always taken up. There's people sitting outside opposite the Steam Packet Inn. That bottom car park as existing is often full and overflowing. There's another car park off Main Street, small car park off Main Street at the Village Hall. That's often full as well. So, you know, from local knowledge and personal experience, I can't quote you chapter and verse on it, but there is a shortfall in parking if the weather's good in the summer.
Okay, thanks, Billy. It does. Thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Thanks for that, Billy. Okay. So if there are no other questions for our case officer, we will go to the registered speakers for today. And I would say to everyone, there is a large agenda. There's quite a number of speakers. So I will ask Tracy to ensure that we stick strictly to the allocated time for each individual application. So the first application is a local application, which is 3 minutes. We have a statement from Sean Maguire that Tracy will read out, followed by 2 speakers on Microsoft Teams. So Tracy, with a 3-minute window, will you read out the first statement, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is from supporter Sean Maguire. As someone who grew up in the Isle of Whithorn, the 4th generation of my family to do so, I wish to express support for this application. In my lifetime, I've seen the village almost double in size, but lose amenities, shops, pubs, post office have all gone. This development can help to reverse that trend. Both the Skiff Rowing Club and the Sub Aqua Club are active, inclusive clubs which are busy and bring visitors to the village. Having a base to operate from will enhance that and help to reverse the general decline of the village. The Skiff Club built their existing skiff in the backyard of my building on Harbour Row in a damp, unfurnished shed before hoisting the completed boat over a 10-foot high wall. A bespoke building suitable for storage and building skiff plus storage and maintenance of dive ribs will be tremendously asset to the village. The fact that the application is a joint venture between community groups and private business is an example of partnership working, which is essential nowadays. I'm disappointed to see recommendation to refuse the application on pretty flimsy grounds. Safety is top priority and won't be compromised by approval of this application. Both clubs and Mr. Scholar rate safety is very important and treat the sea with the utmost respect, taking the advice of experienced sea users. Contrary to the view expressed by some who object, approval of this application will not increase traffic. Camper vans are already using the parking area and have been for quite a few years. The visitors who use it contribute greatly to the sustainability of the village by spending money in all local businesses. On the subject of visitors, it's been a breath of fresh air to see camper vans bringing to use the overflow parking area that the council changed from agricultural land to parking in 2005 when the outer splitway was built. The application to formalise what has been an ad hoc camper van site since then is common sense. Before retiring from it, I spent 25 years as station officer at Isle of Whithorn Coast Guard Rescue Team and have yet to see anyone getting into difficulties trying to leave the harbour area or proceed up the village during bad weather. Experience of being present in Isle of Whithorn during extreme weather events throughout my life teaches me they are infrequent and fairly predictable. My experience as commercial fisherman, Coast Guard and Harbour Master for many years qualifies me well to judge weather developing and capabilities of others to do likewise. The thing about coastal flooding is that unlike river flooding, it is pretty easy to forecast when it's likely to happen, around high tide with a southeast or southerly gale. The risk is very manageable. It is, if a former camper van site is approved, Mr. Scowler, who owns the site, will be able to ask people to leave long before any risk is involved. Because he has years of experience managing a busy hotel and restaurant in the Isle Harbour, he is very familiar with developing weather conditions which would be advisable to evacuate the site before another paragraph and a half, Chair, but that's the 3 minutes up.
That's fine, Tracy. I'm sure we've got the gist of what Mr. Maguire's looking to say, and I'm sure members will take that into account. We've now got Muriel Snedden. Vicky Ray Martin is speaking on behalf of Muriel, and she's with Microsoft Teams. So, Vicky, are you with us?
I am, Chair. Thank you.
Fine. And now, just whenever you're ready, I will remind you with 30 seconds to go. You have a 3-minute opportunity to present your case to the committee. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case anyone has questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Vicky, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This letter is in support of the above planning application. Before retiring, it was our dream to purchase a motorhome and take to the road, visiting towns, villages and areas of Scotland that we never had the opportunity to do whilst working. We purchased a motorhome 3 years ago and started touring. To gain experience, we kept our travels local, Dumfries and Galloway, amazing countryside and places to visit. This will be our 3rd revisit to Arran, Bute, Kintyre and Knapsdale and our 2nd trip to the Scottish East Coastline. Throughout our trips, we have visited towns, villages, harbours, contributed to local economies by shopping and eating locally, always booking into local motorhome sites. We live in the Isle of Whitthorn and welcome the proposed motorhome development, which will be within 1 kilometre of our home. The Isle of Whitthorn is a small community which, like many other coastal communities, relies on tourism. An online survey conducted by the Steam Packet Hotel in December 2020 reached over 50,000 people, with 98% of over 800 respondents supporting the development. A village open meeting held in October 2021 attracted 50 locals, overwhelmingly supportive of the whole development. The motorhome community are excited about such a development. The Isle of Whitthorn is mentioned regularly on various Facebook pages, a total of 353,000 members. A small selection of the various campervan and motorhomer social media that we and other motorhomers use and who are also potential visitors keen to visit the Isle. We are pleased to see that the Council are adapting the existing prefabricated single public toilet on the Harbour area to allow for Elson disposal. This will continue to encourage motorhomers to visit the Isle of Whitthorn. The Cairn Field is signposted for parking at the junction of Main Street and Harbour Row. The Rowing Club have contributed and continue to contribute to the Isle of Whitthorn Visitors Management Plan by carrying out regular beach cleans and litter picks, all of which enhances the village and maintains the look of the Isle Head area. They intend to create signage working with the Community Council, local heritage group and the Council to provide clearer direction to St Ninian's Chapel, Isle Head, Witness Cairn and Fort. All of this mitigates against any suggested negative impact on the key tourism sites in our village. The Cairn Field itself is signposted for parking, which encourages motorhomers to use the space. The creation of the motorhome provision will enhance the space by ensuring the users are correctly, safely, neatly parked in allocated areas rather than haphazard and crowded. A ticketed booking system will reduce and manage access to the harbour area by motorhomers. Due to adverse weather, coastal flooding, waterlogged sites and snowblock roads, our bookings have been cancelled by site operators. Fortrose and Silverburn at Lower Largo, a coastal site, and Stirling and Tunnatool, snow. All site operators take very seriously the impact any adverse weather condition will have on their visitors and on their own property. The applicant has managed the Steam Packet Inn, Harbour Row, prone to coastal flooding since 1984, has dealt responsibly with all weather conditions that have occurred in the Isle, and has in place preventative measures for visitor and property safety. An extension of this already safe working practice to include motorhomes is all that is required. Martin and Muriel Snedden. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vicky. And as it's a representation on behalf of a third party, there are no questions. That was my mistake. So thanks very much for your presentation, Vicky. And that concludes your opportunity today. Thank you. We now have the applicant, Mr. Schooler. Are you with us on Teams, Alistair?
I am, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. And the same applies, please. 3 minutes. And I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw a presentation to a conclusion. If you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Thank you. And just whenever you're ready.
No, we need the presentation to be shown, please, Chair.
Okay, Fiona, are you able to do that?
Go quiet.
We'll just wait until your presentation comes up, Alistair. Fiona or Tracy, are we able to do the presentation that the applicant has submitted to us?
I think Chair Fiona just has to stop sharing that one and open the other one, so she should just bring it up just in a second.
That's it running through now, Chairman.
Thank you, Fiona. We don't have it on screen yet. We do now. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Mr. Schooler. So that's it now.
Okay.
Hang on, should be running from the beginning. This is not running from the beginning. It should play automatically from the beginning, please. Okay.
Okay, I am the director of the Steam Packet Hotel Company Limited. I do not intend to repeat the information contained within our planning application, but seek to respond to the planning officer's report. I've lived all my life in the beautiful Isle of Whithorn. My family goes back generations and took over the Steam Packet in 1984. I ran the pub for 25 years before starting Five Kingdoms Brewery here in the village. Bluntly, I love the Isle and I'm passionate about celebrating, promoting and preserving its heritage, whilst ensuring it remains somewhere my own kids can prosper. The Isle provides limited employment opportunities. Work is mainly single traders, catering and hospitality, alongside the remaining fishermen and farm workers. The village is now increasingly reliant on tourism for its sustained survival. The harbour is, and always has been, a busy commercial and leisure harbour, with inherent traffic associated. Entering the Isle, signs lead you to St Indian's Chapel and the designated car park in the Cairn Field. This field has been used as a parking area for boats, cars and camper vans continuously since 2005. Use has increased over time, particularly since the promotion of the Isle as a destination for the Whithorn Way, Southwest 300 and Dumfries and Galloway as a tourist destination post-lockdown. Our unique development blends community with business investment to provide a sustainable community asset for the village and surrounding area. The boat shed and campervan provision has been designed by the community in consultation with Historic Environment Scotland, Council Archaeologists and Zero Waste Scotland. It has the enthusiastic support following consultation of the vast majority of the community. We have carried out a heritage impact assessment and identified measures to mitigate all the concerns raised by the council archaeologist, sharing the report with him. We want to enhance existing tourist provision by managing the Cairn Field for campervans, remove an unsightly disabled toilet and take on the responsibility of providing a new 24/7 accessible facility for the community from the council. Of greatest concern are the issues raised regarding risk to life posed by flooding to new accommodation. I can understand the Council Flood Risk Management Team's reticence to support our planning application, but with the ability to resource and manage the existing provision for campervans on the site, I would mitigate risk to life with a robust emergency plan. We have consulted with Air Ambulance, Coast Guard and Harbour Master regarding the provision. I would welcome a planning stipulation to include the necessity for such a plan. Whilst I've been speaking, you've seen the views around the Isle of Whithorn. Our final image illustrates the view from Isle Head with the development in place. The boat shed has secured funding from a number of agencies. Failing to secure a successful planning outcome now will likely lose £142,000 in investment. Whilst we welcome you to visit the site, I urge you please to support our planning proposal today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scullett. Does anyone, and thank you for the presentation, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? I have Councillor McComb, Jim McComb.
Thank you, Chair. Alistair, on occasion, the harbour can be overtopped at high tides. What is the procedure when that happens?
The procedure with the hotel that I currently own is essentially we close up the hotel until the tide returns. Any guests that are staying in the hotel, you have 1 or 2 hours notice. We require them to move their vehicles to a safe area. That's the provision we have in the hotel at the moment. There is no provision for stopping people parking at the moment during a flood event, but realistically, you can't drive down the harbour.
Yeah. So basically, the site would be sealed off by the tide.
Essentially, the site would be sealed off. It itself would be dry, but there would be no access to or from it. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. I've got Councillor McKeon and Councillor Drysdale. David, Joe.
That was part of my question, actually. How much of the site would be covered by the tidal water, and how long would it take to clear? And where have you got somewhere close at hand that these camper vans could move to until the tidal water goes back out?
The site itself would remain dry during any flood event that I've experienced during my lifetime. When the Harbour Row and Main Street is flooded, the site itself is actually remain dry. So any vans that weren't moved would not be subject to flooding. But our policy would be that we would already have a prior warning of such a flood event, and there should be no vans on the site itself because it'd be pre-booked.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Joe. Pauline?
Good morning, Mr. Scudder. Thanks for your presentation. It was just to ask you, what is the actual necessity for the third area, the area that you're not currently developing? That's the third, I would call it the third field. Is there that much overspill requirement for that? Just, we don't have any figures for, you know, the amount of transport coming in and out during the summer and the busy periods. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline.
The overspill car parking on the proposed development is merely to keep the existing overspill capacity available. The Cairnfield at the moment is the overspill car parking available at the bottom of the village. This has been the case since 2005 when it was opened up, and it is extremely well used. If we didn't provide additional overspill, we would be actually reducing parking availability during events such as the gala and such like. So the idea is to maintain the existing overspill capacity rather than increase it.
Are you, Pauline? Thank you. If there are no other questions for the applicant, thank you, sir, for being with us today. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Billy Murray wanted to speak or take it to clarify matters. It'll not be a question for the applicant because Billy's our case officer. Billy?
Yes, Chair, with your permission, it was just on a point of clarification. Considerable reference has been made in representations about the overspill car parking and the existing situation in the Cairnfield. I would draw your attention to paragraph 1.4 of the report in terms of the planning history. There is no current approval for any parking or any use of what they refer to as the Cairnfield and where motorhomes and vehicles have been parking. That area was initially opened up as an overspill car park under a notification of intention to develop by the council. That is stated clearly in the report in paragraph 1.4. As a notification of intention to develop by the council, the permission is only for the benefit of the council. When the council discontinued that use, which is what happened when they renovated the existing car park that you've seen, the public, and I've referred to as the public car park, that permission fell. So there is no current permission for use of that area, whether that be for parking or for overnight parking of motorhomes. In terms of overnight parking of motorhomes, permitted development allows the siting of one caravan for not more than 2 nights, one caravan at a time for not more than 2 nights at a time for not more than 28 days in any calendar year. So there are permitted development rights, but that would only allow a single caravan. As things stand at the moment, it has become practice to use that site for motorhomes. Now, that has been increased in the past 2 years because of COVID restrictions. And again, I highlight that in the report, that during lockdowns and COVID restrictions, when staycations, to use the jargon, became the big thing, Scottish Government instructed planning authorities not to enforce against unauthorised uses for motorhome parking, to allow that to continue. Now that these restrictions have lifted, that situation has radically changed, and use of that land for motorhome parking is unauthorised. I hope that clarifies the situation.
Thanks, Bill. It certainly does. It underlines quite clearly what exists. Laura Whitelaw, legal officer. Laura, you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. There was a reference earlier on in discussions to the extent of the existing car park. If it would assist, I'm one of the people involved in a review of the existing TRO governing car parks. And I do have the plan which is proposed to be attached to this TRO, which clearly shows the outline of the council adopted car park, if that would assist.
It would do no harm, Laura. If you have it, yes, post it up, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll post it up into the chat function.
Thank you. Members, everybody got access to the chat function? Seems to be taking its time, Paula. Hey, Laura.
Sorry, Chair, if you leave it with me, I'll get it up into there.
Okay. In the meantime, then, members, whilst we wait for that, we are in session. And if Laura cannot push this, then we will deal with it the application in any case, because the plan did not form part of the committee papers. So, Councillor McKee.
Thanks, Chair. Now, I see where you're coming from with the flooding aspect and other concerns like that, but we've got to look at where the place is. Is it an attractive area? And how long is the flood going to last? Can you move out quickly and that sort of thing? And the feeling I've got is that we should grant this application. The people that have made the application, they know the circumstances down there regarding flooding and that sort of thing, and they're able to move along at that time to avoid the flooding. I don't know how often it happens in a year and that sort of thing, but it might not be that often. But I would certainly suggest that we grant this application, and in discussion with the applicants as to what's needed with regards to when there's flood warnings come up, what they do, and I'm sure they know what to do. They'll have done it for God knows how many years, all the time they've been there. So I would certainly move that we grant this application, Chair.
We can't, because there's a flooding issue. That's the start, but also the recommendations or the recommended decisions talks about the proposed development would not extend an existing tourist accommodation site, would lead to unacceptable risk of flooding, would have significant adverse impacts on the historic environment. So flooding is only one aspect of 5 recommendations that the case office has placed on record for us to consider. But I'll come back to you, but I'll check with Mr. Sutty before I ask anyone else. I don't think we can approve this application today simply because there is a flood risk element to it. David, can you help us with that, please, before I come to the rest of the speakers?
Certainly, Chair. Yes, that's covered. There's a bit in italics on page 49 of your agenda, just under paragraph 4.32, which explains that because there's a formal objection from SEPA as a statutory consultee, all you would be able to do today is indicate a willingness to approve, and we would then have to forward the application to the Scottish ministers, who would have 28 days to decide whether or not they wish to call the application in for their own determination or to refer it back to the council. But the second point is you're absolutely correct. There are actually 5 specific reasons given for refusal, and flooding is only one of those. So if members are minded to support the application, obviously we would need to hear what the grounds for going against the other issues are in supporting this application beyond just the flood issue.
Thanks, David. So I'll come back to Councillor McKee if he wants to pursue that particular avenue. I've got Councillor Dryburgh and then Councillor McComb.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think David has certainly outlined specifically where, if we were to change the recommendation in the report, where this would actually have to go. Whilst I've got a lot of sympathy with the applicant on this particular one, and I do think it would actually fit with one of our priorities as a council. We have to do this under planning regulations and planning conditions. Unfortunately, that means because of the amount of planning conditions, planning regulations, etc., that this would go against it. I think we would have to go with the recommendations in the report, and I would move so, Chair.
Thanks very much, Archie. Councillor McComb. Jim.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would be minded to support Councillor McKee in that this application should be referred to the Scottish ministers. What we've heard today indicates that there is a high degree of local support for the proposal. There is no indication of historic flooding on the site. The flooding takes place at the Harbour and at the public car park. During these situations, the harbour is closed and no access could be gained to the site. It appears to sit around 10 metres above sea level, so it would take an exceptionally high tide to even reach the application site. The application could indeed be mitigated by condition. No parking of cars or motorhomes during periods of high tide, participation in a flood warning system, operation of a booking system, and an agreed programme of landscaping. This application could be made acceptable, and therefore I would be happy to support Councillor McGee.
Thanks, Jim. I think there would be other issues you will have to cover, including the reasons to discount the other officers' recommendations contained in the report, because as you say, or as Councillor Dryburgh pointed out, that's only one of 5. So I'll come back to you and Councillor McKee to see if you have a form of words that will address the remainder of the recommended decisions that are on our paper. So I have Duke Fairbairn and Jane Maitland and Stephen Thompson, I think it is.
Thanks, Chair. Would it be possible maybe to propose a site visit for members to clearly understand the layout and the land and the factors to be able to determine this properly?
If you wish, but if it's concerning the floodplain, you might only see that in a flooding situation, but certainly that's up to debate. If you're proposing a site visit, do you have a seconder for that? It would appear not, Duke. So, Pauline Drysdale. Pauline,
yes, Chair, thank you very much. I would be prepared to second that. And whilst I'm on, if it's okay with you, Chair, with regards to 5.1 recommended decision number 1, I would also like to just state that that is actually incorrect. I feel. I'm happy to be corrected here, but it says.
But we're not in the discussion, Pauline, and you're skipping other people. If you the site visit stops all discussion.
All
so
right.
You seconded that. That's fine. If we proceed later, I'll come back to you and you can address the remainder of the the elements you wanted to introduce. So you're only seconding Doug Fairbairn's proposal for a site visit. So are there any other views? If not...
Chairman.
Sorry, Chair, I'm too slow at typing. Jane Maitland, please.
Jane Maitland, aye. Okay. Jane?
Chairman, I don't think there's a need for a site visit. I think we've had sufficient information placed in front of us. There was an exhaustive session of information, and I'm quite happy to suggest that we do not require a site visit. We can deal with this today.
Okay. Is there a...
I'll second that, Chair.
Councillor McKee, okay. So that debate stops until we resolve this matter. So we have a proposal for a site visit, a motion for a site visit from Doug Fairbairn, seconded by Pauline Drysdale, although I see Andrew Ducey is happy to support that as well. And we have an amendment by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McKee. There's sufficient information to deal with the matter in hand today. Tracy, can you just confirm that's correct, please, and take us through the process?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Motion proposed by Councillor Fairbairn, seconded by Councillor Drysdale, to defer consideration of this application for a site visit to be arranged. Amendment proposed by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor McKee, to determine the application today without a site visit. Chairman.
Thanks, Tracy. Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Crothers. Councillor Crothers. He's left the meeting, Chair. Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson. Sorry, Councillor Ferguson. Andy, I can see you've unmuted. Could you maybe just pop yours in the chat and I'll catch it from there until we resolve that issue. Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate. Councillor Tate.
His hands up, Tracy.
Motion. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Amendment.
And Councillor Ferguson is wrote in the chat amendment. So the amendment carries 10 votes to 6. The application will be determined today without a site visit.
Thanks for that, Tracy. Okay, so we're back to registered speakers. Jane Maitland, I think, wanted to speak. Stephen Thompson wanted to speak, and Pauline wanted to add some other elements to the debate. So if that's still the case, it would be Jane first, followed by Stephen and Pauline. And if I've missed anybody, please tell Tracy.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Yes, I recognise the desire of people to be sympathetic to this particular application, but for the reasons set out in paragraph, clear to me that the cleanest thing to do with this particular application, Chairman, would be to refuse it. Reasons being that conditions that are attempted to be made make this suitable have to be enforceable. and it's not absolutely clear to me that we can deal with this today. All the officers have come back to say that there are some ways of making this acceptable, and I'm absolutely certain that a boat shed and other ancillary things to assist the community to develop their plans is definitely something that is doable. Nevertheless, as it's set out here, there are 4 perfectly sensible reasons, quite apart from the flooding issue, which mean that we should not be accepting this. And I'm therefore very happy to second Councillor Dryborough's proposal.
Thanks, Jane. So we've now got a motion and an amendment, although I'm going to go back to the motion to see if they have a form of words that will be acceptable, as well as the flooding issue. So if I'm right, I still have Stephen Thompson and then Pauline Drysdale to speak.
Chair, it's Councillor Maitland's done it for me more eloquently than I would have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Stephen. Pauline, you wanted to discuss other elements of the recommended decisions.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back in. And yes, Councillor Maitland always presents eloquently, and more so than myself included. I would like to just point out that with regards to the recommended decision, Chair, on 5.1, point number 1, the proposed development would not extend or redevelop an existing tourist accommodation site. It would not support a tourist attraction or a recreational facility. I would dispute that. I would say the proposed development would redevelop an existing tourist accommodation site and would support the recreational facility of the boat shed. And in effect, it would actually also not necessarily complement the natural environment, but tidy it up and look a lot neater and less imposing than it stands as present. Now, that's notwithstanding, I do understand the flooding risks and the adverse impacts on the historic environment area. So that has to be taken into consideration. But I do not think that the recommended decision number 1 is factually correct, but I am happy to be corrected on that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. I wouldn't want into debate, but I'm sure that Billy said that the site is unauthorised at present, therefore it can extend an existing tourist accommodation site if it's unauthorised. I won't rehearse it again because I'm sure, unless you're anxious, because I'm sure that was what Billy said, but I think we've time to go to the determination. We have a motion from Councillor McKee and Councillor McCone. I'm looking for them, either of them, to come back with a form of words that will address the other 4 reasons for the recommended refusal. Councillor McKee, Councillor McCone.
Right, Chair, if you don't mind. On the refusal, if I can go through the recommendations one at a time, if you don't mind. The proposal, it wasn't to extend or redevelop an existing tourist accommodation site, and it's to support the tourist attraction. The tourist attraction is not a single point in that area. It's a tourist area, and we need to encourage people down to that area. When you looked at the pictures that was shown by by Billy, it's a bonny place, and you need to encourage people to go down there. The flooding, that's an issue that can be addressed locally, and it's not a big issue. The recommendation 2, proposed development will lead to an unacceptable risk of flooding. The risk of flooding is constant. Every time the tide comes in, I would expect. But I didn't live there, so I can't say anything about that. But I don't agree with it'll lead to an unacceptable risk of flooding. They know what happens in the area, and they know how to address it, and if necessary, they can move people out at that time. On the significant adverse impact on the historic environment in general, I just don't know what they mean by that. There is some historic settings, and the development can be done properly to ensure that these ancient monuments that's close at hand are not affected by this development. And the item 4, recommendation 4, sorry, that's my objections. The proposed development would not contribute positively to the natural environment or to a sense of place and local distinctiveness. You're trying to attract people in to make it a nice area, to bring people into the area and develop the area and help the locals. And the recommendation 5, the proposed development of an unacceptable adverse impact on the qualities of Machars Coast and Regional Scenic Area. To start with, the first recommendation is talking about a small area where a specific tourist attraction, and then recommendations 5 talking about the whole coast area. And I think we need to forget that. That's really that's what's given me the problems. I think, with due respect, the recommended decisions are not really adaptable or acceptable for that site, and I would move that we grant the application. Sorry. Thanks, Chair.
So you realise that we've sat in for years and sorted local development plan. We've got ED9, we've got IN7, we've got HE2, H3, OP2, NE2, and you're saying we'll just ignore all them and grant this. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying ignore any development plans. I'm saying this site is to encourage tourism. It's not a residential site. It's to encourage tourists into the area. And it's a nice area. You've seen the pictures, and I'm sure you'll be out in your car tomorrow to go and have a look at the area.
I'll ask Mr. Sutty if these are sound reasons for a proposal to approve before I go to Jim McComb. David?
Chair, I would have to flag up the concerns also mentioned earlier by Councillor Maitland about the need to have conditions which are enforceable. I think, trying to paraphrase Councillor McKee, what he is saying, if I'm correct, is that the socio-economic benefit of tourism, in his opinion, overrides any adverse impact which would come from the knock-on effect to the historic environment, because I don't think you can disregard that. You've got two objections from the archaeologist and the built heritage officer. So I don't think you can just disregard them. But what you're saying effectively is that the benefits of the tourism to the area would outweigh those negative impacts. And the same for the natural environment and the regional scenic area, that the scale of the development is such it's not going to have an overriding effect. The bit I do have a problem with is you've got clear objections from the two bodies with respect to flooding, SEPA and the Council on Flood Risk Management team, where they're flagging up the issues that there's no safe access or egress. I don't know of a way you could actually word a competent planning condition that means that officers would be able to enforce the safe conduct of people out of the area. You would just be wholly having to rely on the existing practice, which the applicant explained quite clearly earlier on. I don't think you could have a condition to cover that. It would have to be, you would just have to accept it, more or less. And you clearly have objections from SEPA and the Flood Risk Management team on that basis.
Okay, so I've got Jim McComb. Are you content to continue to support Councillor McKee's that it's contrary to policy and benefits tourism or whatever else it is?
More than content with that, Chair. Yes.
Okay, so I've got Andy Ferguson wanting to speak.
Can I continue for a moment, Chair? It states in number 1, the proposed development would not extend or redevelop an existing tourist accommodation site. This could be regarded as an annex to the Steam Packet Hotel, because a lot of these motorhome people, they make use of the facilities in the Steam Packet. It says it would not support a specific tourist attraction or recreational facility. That is wrong. The Isle Harbour is a specific tourist attraction itself. The existing car park is a tourist accommodation site. It is extending the car parking facilities in the Isle of Whithorn. The unacceptable risk of flooding. What do we do, Chair, when the White Sands floods? We close it off. The same thing can easily be done here. A gate and a padlock could easily solve the problem.
It won't solve the objection by SEPA and the council flood officer. But anyway,
I accept that, yes.
Right, yeah, okay, so we'll try and get this drawn to a conclusion. I hope Andy's not going to make a long story to this, because we've had a long and interesting debate. We have a motion and amendment that I intend to go to. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just it's a kind of question here for the case officer or whoever. It's the use of this bit of land we're talking about here. If it was granted, it could then be regulated. And if it's not granted, if we refuse, the people who are currently using it just now, which I suggest is some of these unregulated campers and camper vans, have we got any evidence that that's what's actually happening? People are actually using the bit of land as is, because Billy was quite clear. It was about the regulated car parking part he was talking about. I'm more interested in what the reality is on the ground here, and if the public are actually using this ground currently, are we no better having it regulated than unregulated? I think that's where I'm getting at. And just a last throwaway comment here, Jim. I'm just really pleased St Ninian didn't live in a period like this, because he wouldn't have been able to build the chapel there in the first place. Yeah, okay, sorry, thanks very much. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Andy. So there was a question there for the case officer, Billy, although we shouldn't really be drifting back and forth coming in session. But Billy, can you just touch on the part that Councillor Ferguson used about unregulated and regulated, please?
Well, as I think I made clear earlier, and you repeated, use of that site for motorhome parking at the moment is unauthorised. Whether or not it was regulated, if this application was refused and that use continued, it would become an enforcement matter.
Aye. Thanks for that, Billy. Okay, right. So, Tracy, I'm going to accept this motion. So, a motion from Councillor McKee and Councillor McComb, and we have an amendment by Councillor Driver and Councillor Maitland. Can you take us through the motion amendment, please, and then move to the vote?
Chair, just before I summarise and go to the vote, any conditions for the motion to be attached to the motion from Councillor McKee and McComb?
Councillor McKee-McComb.
That's got his thinking, Chair. That's a difficulty I have at the best of times. It's just as I said, that I'm not happy with I've not got a total agreement with the recommendations from the officer, and I think that the management of the site will be managed such that when and if the flooding takes place, appropriate actions will be put in place.
No, it's either, you can't do that. It's either a condition or no condition, Joe.
Well, I'll go without any conditions, Chair.
Right, thank you.
Councillor McComb's wanting to come in, Chair.
Councillor McComb.
Can I suggest some conditions here, Chair? Closure of the site during periods of high tide warnings.
That's one.
Participation in a flood warning system.
They have to be enforceable. That's the problem we've got, and there's no way we can enforce such a thing. I've got David Sutter looking to speak, and Gail has asked for some wording in the chat, which is fine. So, David.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, basically what you just said is correct. We couldn't have a competent planning condition to that effect. That said, what I would be happy to do is, if members are happy to delegate appropriate conditions to officers between Billy and myself, I'm sure we can come up with things that are not going to be unreasonable. They are just going to require the appropriate things that you would normally inspect. For example, the comment was made earlier about the need for the access to be widened into the site. That was something that roads officers are wanting. So all the things which would normally you would expect to see in place, we would be able to attach those conditions, assuming that the Scottish ministers do not call the application in. Because just to be clear as well, the motion can only be a willingness to approve subject to referral to the Scottish ministers.
Okay, and Gail, you can write in the chat or just say, are you happy that we delegate to officers any wording and conditions if this is approved today?
I'm quite happy with that, Chair.
It was Gail who was asking, Joe.
No, I was asking that the motion and amendment be put in the chat so I can read exactly what people are proposing. Because we've been debating this for quite a long time now, and I think the motion was discussed about 45 minutes ago.
Okay, the motion is to approve as contrary, or type it in, Tracy, please, contrary policy, and conditions will be applied with delegated authority. And the amendment is to go with the officer recommendation. But if you type it in, please, Tracy, for us.
That's fine. Thanks, Chair. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
I can take that, Gail.
Very content. Always content.
So, Tracy, just read it or just tell us again verbally what the motion amendment is and then go to the vote, please. Somebody's got their hand up.
It was Jim McComb, Chair. I'll just proceed.
Legacy.
Thank you.
So, motion is proposed by Councillor McKee, seconded by Councillor McComb, and that is for a willingness to approve the application on the grounds that the socio-economic benefits and tourism outweigh any adverse impacts and effects to the historic environment, the natural environment and the regional scenic area, and for conditions to be delegated to officers. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Drybra, seconded by Councillor Maitland, is to refuse the application as per the report.
Thanks, Tracy.
Chairman.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Drybra.
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn.
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor.
Motion.
Councillor McComb.
Motion.
Councillor McKee.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Tate.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
Councillor Caravans is motion, Tracy.
Oh, apologies, Ian, I didn't realise you were back. So the motion carries 9 votes to 8, and the application is a willingness to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 6. An application of citing a caravan for holiday accommodation and installation of septic tank in Soakaway, partially retrospective at Drumwhinnie, Kipford, Dolbeatty. Full application reference number 21/1984/full. The recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer is Judith Turnbull. Afternoon it is, Judith. Afternoon. Will you take us through your report, please, or your presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. If we move on to the first slide, the application site is located in a woodland area to the southeast of Kipford Holiday Park, and it's made up of 2 parts. The top part is the access from the A710 public road, And the main part of the site is at the bottom, located in the southern side of Doonhill, where the Caravan is sited. The site's within the Solway Coast Regional Scenic Area and 600 metres from the nearest boundary of the East Stewardship Coast National Scenic Area. Moving on to the next slide, please. The first plan on the left shows the main part of the site with the access from the public road at the top, with the access track outlined in red. And the main part of the site is outlined in red below, with the other land under the control of the applicant coloured blue, and that's mainly the land around the Auchenhill Chalet development. Members should note there's an extant permission for 6 holiday chalets to the east of the site, the east of the part of the site for siting of the Caravan. You'll recall applications for 13 static caravans. The first was in 2018, and the next one, which came to Planning Applications Committee last autumn, both of these were refused on landscape and visual grounds. The second plan on that slide shows the main part of the site, but we'll just move on because it's more clearly shown on the next slide, please. So this is part site plan and elevations of caravans. So the part site plan at the top shows the position for the Caravan, which is in position and it's alongside the boundary wall. And there's an area of hard standing and parking shown for 2 cars. A proposed septic tank, soakaway and a surface water soakaway would be located approximately in the centre of the site. Below the part site plan, you can see the elevations of the Caravan. So if we move on to the next slide, this is in photographs. This is the access which goes up through the forest track to the main part of the site. This is taken looking across the public road up the access track. And the next one, please. This is up at the top of the track at the main part of the site, looking into the sites southwards, down along the eastern boundary, and you can see the Caravan in position next to the boundary. Next one, please. This is turning around back up towards the access in the main part of the site, back towards the tracks in Doonhill. You can see where the wall's been cut to allow the access track in, and the track you can see going from left to right on there is access to the 6 chalets in Doonhill. Next one, please. This is just taken from outside in front of the Caravan, looking north to the access coming in over the hard standing area. Next, please. This is looking southwest over the site, just really from outside the Caravan. The structure in the photographs, a timber clad trailer unit, which is on the site. There's been a bit of clearing and cutting down of trees on the site, but there are quite a few remaining, including some mature trees. And there's one on the right-hand side of the image there. Moving on to the next one, please. This is taken from the same position, panning left towards the eastern boundary, down the boundary dyke, but the Caravan is behind me on my left. And the last one. This is the southern part of the site, taken. I'm standing just about at the location of the timber-clad trailer, looking down over the south of the site, and you can see some of the chalets in the Auchenhill development adjacent in the distance there. To conclude, the application is recommended for refusal on the grounds that the siting and design of the proposed Caravan are considered to have an unduly adverse landscape and visual impact, contrary to development plan policies, and the access road and junction arrangements fail to meet the council standards, giving rise to road safety concerns. That's me, thanks.
Thank you, Judith. Do we have any questions for our case officer? It would appear not, Judith. So we have one speaker again for 3 minutes. Hopefully Mrs. Lucy Stratford will be with us on Microsoft Teams. She intends to be, but she has also submitted a statement in case that she has a connection issue. So, are you with us, Lucy?
I am. Yes, I am.
Thank you. Nice to see you. You have 3 minutes to make a presentation, Lucy. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if you'd kindly wait in case anyone has questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready. Thank you.
This is to support my application. My late husband and I bought the approximately 12 acres known as Drumwinnie in the late 1980s from Mr. Robert Hastings with permission for 8 static caravans and the right to access land via the road through his farm, which we constructed. We then obtained further permission to build 8 lodges, which we did over the next few years, using about 2 acres of the land. We kept the remaining land, maintaining paths through and around it for all to use. We had ideas of one day living there with our sheep and horses. Unfortunately, my husband died before we could begin this, but I have continued to maintain the land as before. Once my husband died, Mr. Hastings became quite threatening, blocking my exit to Drumwinnie with tractors and walking up onto my land with his aggressive dogs when I was there alone with my dogs. I therefore obtained permission to access Drumwinnie via neighbouring Kitford Caravan Park for my own and my children's peace of mind. This is the only relationship I have with Kitford Caravan Park. The permission we had for the static caravan we had in Dalbeattie while my husband was ill ran out, so I stored it at Drumwinnie, not realising that I could not do this. My family and I had already decided to eventually apply for a cabin on Drumwinnie, so when I found that I could not store my static there, I decided to apply for permission to site it there. The objections to the permission have all come from the plot owners on Drumwinnie. While I agree that their statements have been objective, but I have emails from them that I am willing to share that are very subjective. In spite of more than one face-to-face meeting at which I have clearly stated and repeat here that apart from using their access, I have no relationship with Kitford Caravan Park, the plot owners seem to think that my getting permission for a single caravan for my family to use will be the thin end of the wedge because I intend to carry on developing and Drumwinnie will become an annex of the static caravan park. I feel that maybe the decision to refer my application to committee may have something to do with this opinion also. I have had a request from 2 of the plot owners recently to hand over management of my remaining land at Drumwinnie to them to manage on behalf of the other 6 plots. I feel that the plot owners consider the rest of Drumwinnie as land that should be maintained solely for their use and enjoyment. I would add that the proposed site can only be seen clearly by 1, maybe 2 plots, and not at all by any of the public paths surrounding Drumwinnie, whereas most, if not all, of the current 8 cabins are visible by forest walkers. All I want is for me and my family to be able to spend time where my husband and I put so much care and effort into and to continue to maintain it properly. We only want for family use and would be happy to clad the existing caravan or swap it for a cabin of similar size. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to put my case.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Are there any questions for our applicant today? Doesn't look like it, Lucy. So thank you very much for your presentation and thank you for being with us and thank you for being so brief.
Thank you.
Members, we're in session. If there are no speakers, Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think for myself, this is down to planning rules and regulations again. And unfortunately, it's been sad that Lucy's husband has passed since this has actually went away. But unfortunately, that has nothing to do with planning applications. In this case, I think we need to go with the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you. I know the lady did say she'd be happy to swap it with a chalet, and it may be that another application in future might be the appropriate route. But if you're proposing to go with office recommendation, if there are no alternative views, we will take it as a unanimous decision of this committee. Thanks, members. Tracy, can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Okay, Chair, members have agreed to refuse the application on the grounds detailed in the report.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 7, an application for the erection of a dwelling house at site opposite Willow Cottage, Old Craigielands Road, Beatuck. It's an application type of planning permission in principle, reference number 21/2158/PIP. The recommendation is to refuse, and our case officer is Carla Livingston. Carla, I see you're with us. Afternoon, Carla. Will you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Before I start my presentation on this application, it should be noted that Old Craigielands is not currently listed as a small building group, and a small building group assessment was carried out as part of the proposal. New small building groups can only be registered, added to the list as part of an assessment of an application of planning permission with the agreement of the local plans team. So I ask members, regardless of their decision on this application, if they could confirm whether or not they would be happy for Old Craigielands to be included in the list of small building groups. Thank you. First slide, please. Okay, the first slide shows the location plan for the application site. It's to the east of Beatuck and to the northeast of Moffat Manor Holiday Park. Next slide, please. The block plan shows the application site and the indicative layout of the application site. It shows Old Craigielands wrapping round the application site, forming a boundary to the south and west. Next slide, please. This slide shows Old Craigielands Road, which is the road that serves both the application site and the existing dwelling houses along that road. As you can see, it's a single track tarmac road. Next slide, please. You can see the front half of the application site in the foreground there. There's a silver car in roughly central in the photograph, and that shows the parking space at Willow Cottage, which is not part of the application site. You can also see the 5 of the 6 dwelling houses that I would consider to form part of the small building group, including Willow Cottage, Old Craigielands, Lullingwood, Braytree and Woodbank. Next slide, please. This is planning right overlooking the eastern half of the application site. You can see that the eastern half of the application site is primarily made up of woodland and scrub. Next slide, please. This shows the stream that I detail in my report that's on the eastern boundary of the application site. It's just out of shot, but when I carried out a site visit, there was a drainage pipe running into that stream. Next slide, please. This photo, I've took this photo to indicate the existing pattern of development here, where you can see that you have the dwelling houses on the western side of Old Craigielands Road, and across the road is mainly made up of curtilage areas. Next slide, please. This is just a closer view of the existing development on the eastern side of Old Craigielands Road, across the road from the dwelling houses. You can see that's made up of things like sheds, parking and storage areas. Next slide, please. Again, you can see more of the curtilage development on this eastern side of the road. Here you can see a drying green and the parking area. That's the silver car again. That's part of the parking area for Willow Cottage. Next slide, please. This slide shows the existing dwelling houses on the western side of Old Craigielands Road. That's my final slide for my presentation. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. I've got another councillor driver who wants to speak when you're finished, or whether he's got a question for the case officer. So if it's no question for the case officer, Archie, I'll come back to you when we're in session.
There's a question for the case officer, Chair, about what she said at the start about the small building group. I just want some point of clarification on that. Did you say that you would like the Planning Applications Committee to decide whether it's a small building group or it should go for assessment to be a small building group?
Okay. Within my report, paragraphs 4.5 to 4.10 include a small building group assessment and explain why I think that it should be included as part of a small building group. So while I think that the Old Craigie lands could be added to the small building groups list, I don't think the application site in itself is compliant with policy H3 of the Local Development Plan 2. So when I spoke to the local plans team, they asked if you could confirm whether or not you would be happy for Old Craigie lands to be included in the small building groups list. That's because we would we only include sites or small building groups in the list of small building groups following the assessment of an application for planning permission. That's not necessarily always. There may be instances such as this where, although a group is considered to meet the criteria to be considered as a small building group, the development in the proposal in itself is not considered compliant with policy.
Can I just clarify something?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Jim, I was just saying that's clarified the point, thanks.
Yeah, although it causes me problems because I can see us having a debate at every committee now about what should and shouldn't be a small building group. And I don't know that we as a committee should be making that decision when other elected members on the council don't have the same opportunity, because we all agreed the LDP. Therefore, I think we should all agree or disagree on whether or no areas should be included as small building groups. I've got Stephen Thompson wanting to speak, and I will ask David what his thoughts might be, because it would give me concerns. I can just see us. It may even change the complexion of future applications if this suddenly becomes a small building group, whereas today it's not. So, Stephen, please.
Yeah, very much on that point, but I took this to be that it wouldn't be for this committee to determine whether it was a small building group or not. It would just be, as a matter of course, following the investigation in relation to the application, it would be for the planning team to add that to the list, just as a delegated function. But I could be wrong about that. I'd welcome David's clarity on that. But like you say, I'm not sure we should have to determine that irrespective of what way the application goes. But just on the matter of small building groups, it's very hard to find the up-to-date list of what those are. So it'd be very helpful maybe after this meeting if that could be made more readily available on the council website, maybe in the planning section, or that members of the planning committee could have quick access to the latest version of that as and when it gets updated. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for that, Stephen. David, can you help us with it? Because I don't want this application to be sort of sidelined by a discussion about what is and what's not a small building group, because you'll have members of the committee suggesting that every application will feature in a small building group irrespective of where it is. Or potentially, should I say. David.
Thank you, Chair. Notwithstanding the advice that appears to have been given to Carla, I actually agree with Councillor Thompson on this. The assessment has to be made by officers as to whether or not a small building group is compliant, and that's really covered in paragraphs 4, 9, 4, 10 of Carla's report. So yes, it's normally a delegated matter. It is added to the list. I will double check, but I'm fairly certain there is a list online, and I will post that up in chat if there is. But yes, this isn't really something that is normally asked of the Planning Applications Committee to consider if it's a small building group.
Thanks for that, Carla. Okay, so we're back to your recommendation, and Councillor Driver did question just about the listed build, the small building group element of it. So, are there any other questions for Carla on her report? Thanks for that, Carla. Thanks for your report. Didn't go away though in case if something happens in session. I now have two objectors, and the statements are to be read out by Tracy, one from Paul Fotheringham and one from Mr. Kevin and Mrs. Julie Robson. So just whenever you're ready, Tracy, please.
Thank you, Chair. First objection from Paul Fotheringham. I have little to add to my original objection or the report to the committee recommending refusal. The application was recommended for refusal as the site does not comply with Housing Policy H3 Housing in the Countryside and supplementary guidance. I note that in a letter of support for the application, the various developments over the last 50+ years have been cited as argument for approval. To me, this fails to sufficiently answer points raised in the recommendation for refusal. Neither does it take into account that this relatively recent policy exists and was undoubtedly informed by mistakes that may have been permitted in the past, and the policy is of its time. Within the settlement boundary of Beta, there are areas identified for housing development that would enhance the village, and in Old Craigielands there are remnants of 2 old cottages at the northern end of the row. Surely there is a greater need to pursue development of these sites before starting to develop a small pocket of wet woodland habitat. Thank you for your time. And the second objection is from Mr Kevin and Mrs Julia Robson. We would like to take this opportunity to ask the statement to be read out. Following on from our letter of representation submitted within the time, we'd like to reiterate our strong objection to the proposal of a dwelling on this site. We have submitted our immediate concerns, but would perhaps like to highlight again the following reasons. The area in question for a proposed dwelling comes under the small buildings group. The actual site for a proposed dwelling is situated opposite the row of 6 houses which fall into the category of a small buildings group. It would be an imposing white elephant totally out of character in relation to other buildings, creating a negative adverse visual impact. The proposal does not comply with the Council's local policy plan. The derelict buildings at the end of the row of 6 houses, if ever considered for rebuilding, would at least fit in with the current layout and character of the local area. There are more benefits to allowing mature trees to remain along with wildlife evident at this site. The proposed site is an area of wetland and has an ongoing history of flooding due to the runoff from nearby hill. Building a house over the natural drainage for removal of this water will then create a negative impact on our garden adjacent to the site, creating unacceptable additional flooding. We have identified how this water flow has dispersed during the past 30 years. Road safety concern with entrance being proposed so close to the corner of the road, which is of a single track design. The road has recently been redressed but is already deteriorating in condition. Access to the proposed dwelling within the boundary and any materials used to define this would affect visibility and safety of pedestrians and motorists considerably. Electricity. It has not been clarified where the existing pole and apparatus in this site would relocate to. This may impact negatively on nearby properties, particularly relating to stray wires. Water and sewage. Water pressure issues are evident, particularly in the summer months. The network would struggle with additional 2 buildings. Two water issues have occurred in the last 2 weeks. Sewage pipes leaking have been an ongoing issue for years and they have not been upgraded. We are not making this personal and have not objected to other planning applications in this area, as they are considered to have been more in keeping with the character of this community. This proposal, however, would do nothing to enhance the small building group. We note this application has been recommended for refusal and hope, if appropriate, that you would consider this to be the best course of action. Thank you for considering our concerns.
Thanks very much, Tracy. They're both representations, so members are now in session.
Agree the recommendations, Chair.
Thanks, Archie. If there are no alternative views, again, that will be...
Chair.
Thanks, Joe. That will be a decision of the committee, then a unanimous decision. Tracy, can you confirm the unanimous decision of the committee, please?
These members have agreed to refuse the application on the grounds detailed in the report.
Thank you. Members, I realise it's only just gone 12:30, but there's a potential for a lengthy debate on agenda item 8 and agenda item 9. So I propose we have a comfort break for half an hour and then resume at 1 o'clock and deal with the remaining applications. I think that may be the best course of action in case we find ourselves in a lengthy debate later in the afternoon. So if members are content with that, we will
Agreed, Chair.
Resume at 1 o'clock. Look forward to seeing you then. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, members. It's gone 1 o'clock, so we'll move on to agenda item number 8. An application for the alteration and change of use of a dwelling house to form tea room, including proposed outdoor seating area, replacement of external doors, replacement of roof claddings outbuilding at 3 Bruce Street, Whithorn. The application type's full planning permission, reference number 21/1850/full. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and case officer David Sutty. David, if you're with us, can you take us through the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. I should probably just make clear at the outset that the case officer for this application was Mary Mitchell, but because Mary left the council last week, I'm covering her report and her photographs. So if we move on to the first slide, please. So you've got the location plan here with the site outlined in red. You'll see it's to the west side of Main Street through Whithorn. Next slide just zooms in a little bit closer, so you can see that Bruce Street itself comes off George Street. And there's photos of how you access it later on. The site plan, in the next photo, you can see that the property itself is semi-detached, and the street itself is relatively narrow. Again, photos will show that. The next slide shows the existing floor plan. It's got a modest single-storey property, just 1 bedroom dwelling house at the moment. And the next slides just show the previous elevations. Members will note this is a partially retrospective application. Some alterations have indeed taken place to the building rather than the use. And the proposed floor area for the use is on the next slide. And that shows that you've got a number of tables proposed in the building, 5 in total, 3 in the outside seating area. Now, just to make clear that the 2 which are proposed on the front, it was made very clear by officers, both by road and planning officers, that because of the width of the street, this could not be supported. So as mentioned in paragraph 1.3, these are deleted, and indeed there's a condition which is saying that there shall be no seating out in front of the property. Next slide here shows the elevations of the property, which has generally been given a little bit of an upgrade in terms of its appearance. And the next slide just shows the doors. And to make clear as well, signage requires separate advertisement consent, so that'll be covered by a directive. So moving to the photos, looking south here down George Street, and on the right-hand side, you can see the cream-coloured buildings, which has a penned access, and that's how you get to Bruce Street. So the next photo just zooms in on that, so you can see it's a listed building here, which has been one of the things that's been flagged up in the concerns about access through this penned to get to Bruce Street. So having gone through the penned, this is looking up Bruce Street. It is a relatively mixed area. It's identified as being in the town centre of Whithorn. It's therefore covered by policy ED5 and local development plan 2. So you can see you have a 2-storey residential property next door adjoining the application site. At the end of the street, you also have the museum and the priory. So next slide shows the property itself. So as I say, it's quite a modest single-storey property. There's an area of land with an access there, which is privately owned. Next slide sort of looks back and shows that a little more detail. And also just what I'll draw to members' attention at this point is the width of the street. There is no pedestrian footway that runs along, which is why it would be unacceptable to have any tables sitting out front here. Next slide just shows the access into the private yard area that I mentioned before. There have been a few issues raised about the ownership of that yard and access and so on. That's a private civil matter which we can't consider as part of the planning application. Next slide is looking south to the property from within that yard. So you can see the rear garden the garden area, but an enclosed seating area to the rear, with a miniature outhouse building as well. On the next photo zooms in on that outbuilding. One of the issues that was raised about bin storage, and the applicant said that they could put bins within that area if that was going to cause a problem. Next slide shows looking back to, that's the rear elevation of the house now. And then the next one is the steps up from the enclosed courtyard. And next shows just looking back down towards Bruce Street itself. And the next slide, we're actually on Bruce Street as you're carrying on towards the Priory. For the next slide actually looks back from further along, that's the museum there. There is a turning space as you carry along, so the next slide shows the road as it carries round. And again, the next slide shows the turning area. So there's no parking at all proposed for on site for this application, nor could there be. So alternative arrangements would have to be made for people using the main street. The last slide just shows the final section it goes along. It is a cul-de-sac. So in summary, we've got a very mixed local response to this, where there's objections from the Community Council and there's 5 individual objections, but equally there's 9 letters of support. It is, as I mentioned earlier, it's a town centre location identified in the Whithorn inset map in the local development plan. And so subject to that condition that there be no outside tables, the officers are recommending approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, David. Members, any questions for our case officer? Councillor Driver, perhaps you please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just obviously I'm pretty happy with what we're not in session yet, but no. I do have a slight concern, David, in that obviously the members will have received letters from the Whithorn Trust saying quite clearly that the rights of the parking area at the back, or at least the access to it, is in the hands of the council. And whilst I'm considering supporting this application, I would suggest that maybe more than one condition should be applied to this, especially regards road safety and things like that. So I'm just wondering, David, are you aware that the rights entitled here in the council's estates and asset management can confirm that it is the council's land at the back of the house?
David, can you help Councillor Dryborough?
Thank you, Chair. I've not been party to that email correspondence, I'm afraid, so I haven't actually seen that. You have, I think in your papers, let me see which page is it. On page 78, you've got comments from the paragraph 2.4, the Council Estates and Assets Management, where they have objected about the bins aspect of that. And as I mentioned earlier, that's one thing that the applicant has clarified. The applicant's agent is on the call today, so maybe that's something to ask her later on for clarification.
That'll be helpful. Thanks, David. Okay, I've got Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor McComb. There's still questions for case officer.
Sorry, Jim. Archie actually asked the questions I was going to ask, so I'm happy just to move on at this stage. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Thanks very much, Andy. Jim McComb, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm just looking for clarification of the statement at 2.2 paragraph E, the bottom of page 77.
Okay, David, can you help Councillor McComb with that?
Chair, this is presumably the comments of roads officers where they've actually said there's no objection, but The E states, given the lack of discrete car parking and restricted vehicle access, parking and turning, is unable to recommend in favour of the proposal. However, given the town centre location, proximity to public car parking opportunities, and that there is no record of any road safety incidents, this may not warrant grounds of objection. So that's a fairly standard sort of response you get from roads where they're not out and out recommending refusal. They're acknowledging that there is not going to be the level of parking that you would look for on a greenfield site. But because it is a town centre location, a more pragmatic stance is usually taken with this sort of development. I hope that helps.
I suppose it just means leaves it in your hands to decide.
There seems, Chair, to be a degree of ambiguity. They're unable to recommend support, but don't feel they can object.
I think that'll be right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. If there are no other questions for the case officer at this stage, we have one objector, 3 supporters, and then the agent. So the first is Jenny Rakiona on behalf of Whithorn Trust on Microsoft Teams.
No, Chair, sorry,
Jenny,
I've got an objector. Sorry, Chair. I've got an objection to read first.
Oh, right, okay. Right, okay, Tracy, that's fine. Go on then.
Thanks, Chair. So I've got objection first from Jamie Ann Johnston. I'm a resident of Whithorn, and for the past 6 months I have not been able to meet family and friends for a sit-in tea or coffee, as the only cafe has been closed since October last year, as it is only open seasonally. It becomes costly taking your family on the bus to be able to get out for food or just meet a coffee to meet friends, as we do not drive. Firstly, it's not viable because of cost and not very environmentally friendly. I have known Molly and Brian, who have applied for the tea room, for 8 years. They are friendly local people and are always looking for ways to help and improve the town. They are all for local jobs for local people. An open all-year-round tea room in Bruce Street will be a significant asset to the town, not only for us locals but also for the ever-increasing visitors we have coming into Whithorn, with staycation becoming more popular. Its location is the best, and I should know, as I am one of the original volunteer tour guides for the Roundhouse tours in Bruce Street with the Whithorn Trust, and the new walking route to Risbane Camp has just been completed, which starts from Bruce Street. The idea of an eco-friendly, self-sustainable tea room that focuses on working with local businesses, using local produce and reducing carbon footprint must be good for the area. The tea room can support Historic Scotland Museum in Bruce Street and the new Town Hall development, with their 16-bed bunkhouse soon to be opened. This will encourage walkers and tourists to visit our great town and enable them to sit and relax with a cake and tea, or even take advantage of a takeaway sandwich for their journey. I know free fruit for children and healthy eating options will be available, and training for the young to help acquire a job in the hospitality industry. Surely this can only encourage full support from the local people in Whithorn. Just being able to call in for a chat and see a friendly face can only help with mental health and loneliness. This has got to be suitable for everybody. I just want to finish by saying I don't want to be forced into having an instant takeaway coffee from the local newsagents, which has been suggested, or get a bus. I want to be able to take my family when they visit me to a lovely, friendly, warm and local tea room. Thank you for the opportunity today.
So that's Jamie Ann Johnson.
Point of clarity, Chair.
Actually,
Chair, my understanding is that objectors actually go first.
Well, that's why I introduced the lady first, but Tracy said this was an objector, but it turns out it was a letter of support. So I'll just check with Tracy.
Apologies, Chair. I've got in my notes here from the administrator that it was objector, so apologies for that.
Yeah, it was amended this morning, Tracy. So we'll go back to Jenny, and then we'll have supporter from Vicky Ray Reid and Joe Rock. So, Jenny, my apologies for that wee bit. So we have 3 minutes to deliver your presentation. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go. to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough just to wait in case anyone has a question for you, I'd be grateful to you for that. So just whenever you're ready, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm representing the Whithorn Trust, who were objectors to this application. As members will know, the Trust provides a unique heritage experience important to Dumfries and Galloway's tourism economy. The Trust Visitor Centre on George Street has a large rear yard accessed from Bruce Street and adjacent to the application site. The yard's in constant use by the Trust, including for pedestrian access to its training workshop, its roundhouse and to the Priory and the museum. The Trust property is leased from the Council with a right of access through the yard to Bruce Street. The Trust is required to keep the yard clear of obstructions with no parking for neighbours. The committee report is misleading when it states that the parking and access rights are unclear. The rights are entirely clear and the Council's Estates and Asset Management can confirm that. The Trust understands that civil and planning matters are separate, but however, ensuring road safety is a planning consideration. Estates and Asset Management has objected to the application and the Council's Roads Officer hasn't given the proposal favourable consideration. It has no parking and how will it be serviced without blocking the public road? The proposed parking is on George Street with disabled customers dropped off at the tea room and vehicles using the turning area further along Bruce Street. No mention is made of service vehicles. The Trust knows that in reality the turning area on Bruce Street is virtually unused. Instead, its yard is used, being an obvious close-by space. There's constant conflict between vehicles parking and obstructing the yard and the Trust's visitors. The tea room proposal will generate more traffic, either blocking Bruce Street or the yard, and the estate's objection highlights that a tea room will greatly increase the problem. The proposal poses a serious risk of accidents to pedestrians and Trust staff using the yard, including school groups and families. The parking arrangements are inappropriate and we believe there is justification for refusal of the application on grounds of safety. If committee is minded to approve, it should be made explicit that this does not confer any access or parking rights in the Trust's yard. The Trust would seek the Council to signpost the public turning area and take other measures to protect the use of the yard. A further concern is the location of the application property's bins. Currently, these are located at its gable end, partially blocking the Trust's yards, as was shown in the photos. The committee report states bins may be stored, if necessary, within the curtilage of the property. Bins can only be stored within the site, and should the committee be minded to approve, the Trust seeks that a condition is attached to ensure this is the case, with them only transferred to the public road for collection. The Trust believes a site visit would give members a full appreciation of the proposal, the site and its surroundings and the implications for the Trust. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight the Trust's concern with the proposal.
Many thanks for your concise presentation, Jenny. Members, any questions for Jenny, who represents the Whithorn Trust? Councillor Dryborough, please.
Good morning, Jenny. Thanks very much for your presentation. I just want that clarity again of the ownership of the road just behind the site is with the council. Is that correct? You as what the Whithorn Trust are saying that is in ownership of the council.
Yes, that's my understanding and information from the Trust. And in the Trust's original representation that was submitted to this application, there is an extract from the lease which identifies, it shows the area of land that's included in their lease. There's the premises, the actual building, and then what's called the access, which actually includes the yard. And I think there's also reference in that to the fact that it has to be kept clear of obstruction, which includes the bins as well as parking. But I mean, my understanding is a constant issue that parking does, that is a problem.
Thank you.
Thanks, Archie. Any other questions for Jenny? Okay, Jenny, thank you for your presentation and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Tracy, back to you now. We've had now Jamie Ann Johnson's letter of support being read. So you have another two, Mrs. Vicky Ray Reid and Joe Rock. So just whenever you're ready with them, Tracy, please.
Thank you, Chair. A letter of support from Vicky Ray Reid. I am a visitor to the township of Whithorn, having family in the area. I have not been able to visit my family in the area due to the implication of the COVID-19 pandemic over the last 2 years. I would like to comment on the above planning proposal, as I believe the voices of those that bring tourism to the township of Whithorn is just as prudent to the conversation in this regard as the locals. I strongly support a tea room to the township, as the cafe at Whithorn Trust is closed for a coffee and sit-down meal from late October. There is no provision for a nice sit-down dinner and hot beverage over rich discussion for many in the township for those to visit family in the area. It is also not feasible for the whole family in many respects to travel via bus to other means of public transport to nearby towns such as businesses. This is not physically or financially sustainable practice. I have had the pleasure of meeting both Molly and Brian on many of my trips to Whithorn, and I firmly believe that they have the best interests of the town, its future and its community at heart. I believe that installing a tea room in the town, along with the introduction of meals and baked goods made from locally sourced produce, is the sensible economic solution for the area. As stated in point 3.6b of the report, it is no secret that Whithorn often need to seek employment away from their homes, which results in significant commutes for them. The future implementation of local produce is sustainably viable. It showcases the best of what Whithorn has to offer by offering visitors to the area the opportunity to sample their ways, which will boost the local economy and reduce the rate of unemployment in the area for our young people. I also take a moment to note that there have been no objections from the townspeople regarding a tea room, except those that have affiliations with the Whithorn Trust, who would be a business in competition during the months of operation. As stated in section 4.18 of the report, I believe the free market principle should be applied to encourage more people to become entrepreneurs and business folk. It is not feasible to believe that a growing and thriving township such as Whithorn would only have room for one of each type of business. Kind regards. And the second letter of support is from Joe Rock. I supported this application because I believe it is essential that Whithorn has a vibrant business community capable of serving the needs of visitors and the entire community, not just a select part of it. Residents currently have to travel to the Isle of Whithorn during 5 months of the year to enjoy the simple pleasure of a cup of coffee in a cafe. The Whithorn Community Council submitted no less than 3 separate versions of 7 objections they claim were from members of the public. Not one of those objections was accompanied by a name and address, and 3 of them were inaccurate or misleading. One of 11 members of the Whithorn Community Council, 8 are directly or closely associated with the Whithorn Trust and its branch. All roads lead to Whithorn. They submitted objections to the development of a building that stands at the centre of the Whithorn Trust sphere of influence in the town. We now have evidence from the previous owner of Bruce Cottage that these objections relate to the building the Whithorn Trust itself tried to purchase to turn into a tea room and a ticket office. On these grounds, the Whithorn Community Council objection should be rejected, and I hope the application will be approved for the good of the town. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. We can't discuss them. They're simply statements made by supporters. We now have Lindsay Evans, the agent, and Mr. or Mrs. Harrison, the applicants, will also be online just in case to answer any questions from members. So, Lindsay, if you're with us, good afternoon. You'll have the same 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd wait in case members, well, Councillor Dryborough has one anyway, but in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of my clients, Mr. Harrison and Mrs. Hanson-Steele, who are available to answer any queries. To provide some background, 3 Bruce Street was run as a holiday let for 10 years prior to my clients purchasing it in December 20. Historically, the property was a shop selling products for a plumber's merchants, which occupied the space to the rear of the property. Currently, Bruce Street comprises 2 holiday lets, a museum, workshops, public toilets, and only 2 permanently occupied dwellings. My client's intention is to run a small tea room which will provide employment to local people and be the first in the area to offer a zero waste and environmentally responsible approach. In order to achieve this, my clients intend to have a zero plastic policy with 100% of packaging being reusable or compostable. They're currently working with a local business who offer a commercial composting waste service, including fruit, vegetables, tea bags, coffee grounds, eggshells, etc. They also intend to offer a seasonal menu to reduce waste and offer free wild seed packs to encourage children to plant and grow seeds. My clients envisage developing sustainability workshops and carrying out tree planting in order to reduce and offset their carbon footprint, along with the use of energy efficient equipment and low energy lighting. They also intend to install a hive monitoring system to monitor their emissions. In addition to this, their main objective is to shop local. They intend to source and use ingredients from local producers and suppliers, with as much as possible being homemade on site. This means there will be little requirement for deliveries to the property, which has been highlighted as a concern. Buying local is something my clients feel passionately about and will provide support for the local economy. In terms of the market, my clients wish to target walkers and to provide a dog-friendly environment. Bruce Street provides access to several tourist attractions such as Historic Scotland's Priory Museum, the Roundhouse, St Ninian's Priory Church and Rispin Camp. Therefore, there is much passing trade. They also wish to discourage cars as much as possible in line with their eco-friendly ethos and to assist with any parking issues, which was also highlighted as a concern. Parking can be catered for on George Street, which is unrestricted parking on both sides and is only 50 metres away from the property. This method of parking is currently utilised by the other businesses in Bruce Street. My clients don't intend to advertise on George Street. They will simply attract passing customers. Any online advertising, such as on social media, will confirm that there is no parking in Bruce Street. However, there is an allocated space at the front of the property for disabled parking or drop-off, and there are turning points available within the street. With regard to outside seating shown on the front of the property, we wish to further clarify that this is no longer part of the proposal and can easily be removed from the drawings if required. Finally, with regard to bin storage, I can confirm that my clients intend to utilise the existing boiler house at the rear of the property for bin storage. Therefore, their bins will be stored within their property. The differing ground levels to the front and rear meant that storage at the rear was previously not possible. However, the proposed layout of the tea room with new ramped access means it's now possible for the bins to be pulled through the property onto George Street for collection.
30 seconds to go, Lindsay.
In summary, my client's intention is to support and improve the local area and to provide training and employment to local people, which my clients have a background in. I understand they've been approached by 11 people from the local village looking for employment since the application was lodged. And we're pleased the application has planning support and would be happy to answer any queries.
Thanks very much, Lindsay. I'm sure you've answered Councillor Driver's question, but I'll just invite him to pose it to you or your clients in any case. Archie, Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Lindsay, for your presentation. I think you did clarify the situation. However, it's not enforceable at the end of the day if the clients basically say, so a condition saying no parking on Bruce Street and making sure that your bins are in the back, you wouldn't have a problem with that?
No, that's the intention, that the bins are stored within the property and that, like I say, they wish to discourage cars as much as possible and, so that there wouldn't be any issue with a condition to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Archie. Vice Chair John Campbell. John, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Lindsay. Thanks for your representation there. I was looking in the papers here that one of the objections from the Community Council was that there's no disabled access or exit to the proposed tea room. I'm just wondering what your thoughts, could that be accommodated? Because you've already, mentioned about disabled people being able to be dropped off at the tea room, but, if they can't get access to the tea room, that could pose a problem.
The front door would offer disabled access. We have had discussions with building control about this, and the building control have actually been out to site and measured the width and the height of the access door to the front, which is at ground level, and the front door would comply with disabled access.
Yeah, so in other words, it'll be like a low threshold type access to the door.
Exactly. The ground level and floor levels are very similar at the front door, so it's an obvious disabled. The ground levels at the rear drop down within the property. But yes, effectively, it would just be a threshold that would be suitable for disabled access via the front door.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, John. Any other questions for the applicant agent? I have someone. Tim McComb, please.
Thank you, Chair. Lindsay, you mentioned the fact that you would minimise waste and use local produce, but presumably there will still be a requirement for some service vehicles. How will they be accommodated?
Well, there's no requirement for bin collections on Bruce Street itself because the bins are collected on George Street. So any waste that was generated and required picked up would be, the bins are pulled down to George Street and collected from there. So there's no requirement for any bin collections on Bruce Street itself. And my clients intend to minimise any deliveries as much as possible. They wish to basically make everything that they possibly can, and to purchase local ingredients. They don't intend for there to be the requirement for deliveries, food deliveries, etc. Also, the nature, the size and nature of the tea room, it's not going to require. It's small in nature, therefore, there'll be minimal requirement for lots of deliveries. I'm sure my client could confirm that, but they intend as much as possible to not have any deliveries. If and when there were the requirement for a delivery to the tea room, I suspect there would be enough space for them to turn within the rear area, not to park for any length of time, but to turn there.
Thanks, Jim. Councillor Ferguson, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks,
thanks very much. Good afternoon. Thanks for your presentation. I'm picking up what Archie was, Councillor Dryborough was talking about there about the conditions. Are you happy, if I picked you up right, you're happy with the condition to be put in there about where the bins are going to be sited? Because I think what I'm worried about was if this was to change hands and it wasn't a condition, it leaves the potential for things to be not followed through with the best will and intention that your clients have got. So just to make sure I'm absolutely right. So you're saying the clients would be comfortable with that condition?
I'm confident they would be comfortable with the condition because that's certainly the intention, and they're happy that they can be accommodated within their property, and that there is a way to now, because the rear of the property is at a lower level, it wasn't easy for them to do that previously, but with the new layout, they'll be able to pull the bins through the property. So I'm confident that they would be happy with the condition if that's what's required, that to have the bins kept at the rear of the property.
No, that's fair. Thanks very much. Thanks for that clarity here.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor Drysdale. Pauline, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Lindsay, for the presentation today. There's lots of things that I'm considering with regards to this application. We see smaller cafes in Topsham and Devon, St Ives and Cornwall that are all semi-off-street cafes, providing local jobs and providing local food sourced, within the area, which is great. The one concern I have, which probably needs to remain for a discussion in session, Chair, is with regards to the position with the car park. We probably need to clarify from Mr Sooty or yourself, Mr Sooty, I would imagine, that it is indeed council owned and it's for sole use of the trust for parking facilities, Lindsay. With regards to this, would your owners or yourself be comfortable if we were to impose some sort of condition? I'm not saying that's going to happen, with signage for patrons to say that they cannot use the car park at the back for parking. I just wanted to know what your feelings were with regards to that. And obviously we are accepting that a condition might be put in for accessibility for wheelchair users and with the bins, which I'm comfortable with. But it's just the parking I'm concerned about at the back of the business. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. I think the only problem we have with that, Pauline, is that any condition that we apply has to be enforceable, and we would need traffic wardens to enforce such a condition. So Mr. City might be able to tell you, well, I think he did say already that he wasn't aware that it was council-owned land, although I'm satisfied if the trust tell us that it is, and they have been in touch with the council asset team, that will be the case. But it will be maybe a civil matter more than a condition if there are breaches of or unauthorised use. But I'll ask Mr. City, and then I'll go back to Lindsay, because she was in the process of trying to answer your question. But David, do we know if it's council-owned land? And I take it we can't place a condition like that because it wouldn't be enforceable. It wouldn't be practical to try and enforce such a condition.
I think we could reasonably attach a condition about the bins, but when you're talking about, yes, you cannot attach a condition requiring third parties' land. So it might be worth getting Laura's advice on that, but certainly I would be very uncomfortable about putting a condition on. In fact, I would go as far as to say I don't think it would be competent to do that.
No, I think what Pauline's saying is, according to Jenny Raconia, the Whithorn Trust, the land belongs to the council. Therefore, we could apply rules or conditions on our land, but it wouldn't be reasonable on the basis that we couldn't enforce them. Laura?
Although the land may be owned by the council, it's still not land that's within the control of the applicant. So what David said would still apply, that we couldn't attach a planning condition on the applicant on land that is not within their control.
Aye. Got that. So you're right. Aye. And the concern is, as was rehearsed by the Whithorn Trust, that third parties may well park in the Whithorn Trust parking land and access the cafe, and that's what Pauline was trying to get round to, trying to create a mechanism to protect the Whithorn Trust, but it's clearly not practical. Pauline?
Not using planning?
No.
That's helpful, Laura. Thanks, Chair. I think we just need to be wary. I'm sure, and I could be wrong, so please correct me here, I'm sure other members were listening as well, that the applicant that represent the applicant, the objector today, did quote saying that the car park was for sole use of the trust, but I maybe misheard that. So, I think that probably needs clarified by, would that be traffic regulations? I don't know. But I just think that's something that we need to consider stay as part of the decision. That's the only thing I'm wary of, but I'll ask for advice on that. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, thanks, Pauline. No, I think Paula... Laura, I've decided to call her Paula today. Laura has said that it's not a planning matter. So whilst that may well be addressed in another forum, it won't be addressed by the planning department today because it's not within our gift. Is that right, Laura?
Yes, it is. And even if it is a car park, it's a private car park. It's different from what we were talking about in connection with the earlier application where it was a council car park. This is maybe council-owned land, but if somebody else has a lease over the land, then it is for them in terms of the lease to use it as a private car park for them. There's a distinction here between the council acting as a landowner or the council acting as the council.
Yes, and I see Lindsay's wanting to speak, but I wouldn't want us to get distracted on this because it's no part of the planning debate anyway. But Lindsay, you wanted to come in?
I just wanted to say that my clients believe that the car park is for public use because there's a public toilet there, and they don't believe that Whithorn Trust have a lease certainly that they are under the impression that because it's a public toilet, the car park's for public use.
Okay, well, that'll need to be sorted in another forum anyway, Lindsay. It's not for us today. We are simply determining the planning aspect or the planning application that's before us today. Although the Whithorn Trust have clearly raised a concern and you're trying to argue an alternative view, and I understand that, but we'll try and confine ourselves to the planning aspect of this application. So if there are no other questions for Lindsay, thanks very much for your presentation and thanks for your response to the questions today. So members, we're in session, and although it came via a third party, there was a request for a site visit to allow us to better acquaint ourselves with the area. Not that I'm suggesting that, I'm just reminding members that was a request by the Whithorn Trust. Councillor Dryborough?
Chair, if we're in session, I think we've got enough information to make a decision today, and as such, I would suggest that we go with the recommendation with the added condition about the bins. I think maybe an action to Roads Department to find out the assets team to find out who owns the thing, and then that discussion could happen with Whithorn Trust later on.
I think the Whithorn Trust have already established what they believe is a position, and so has the applicant. So that I would expect that would be resolved between themselves without us becoming involved in that. And we could only ask Roads anyway. But I believe Whithorn Trust have already taken that step to establish. So you're saying that you want to go with the recommendations as set out, plus a condition that all bins must be stored within the curtilage of the property. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you.
Happy to support that, Jim.
Andy Ferguson supported it. That's the seconder. Fine, thank you. And Pauline Drysdale looking to speak. And then Councillor...
Sorry, Chair. I asked to speak before the seconder, and I was going to second Archie's proposal, so I don't know if that counts, but I did ask to speak first. Thanks. Doesn't...
Okay, I'm sure Andy won't mind if you become the seconder, Pauline. Andy, you happy to accede to Pauline being seconder?
Well, I'm used to walking 2 steps behind anyway, Pauline, so I'm happy.
It's not a big issue if you want to either or, Jim, but it's just a point.
No, it's fine. You are up to speak first, so that's fine. Archie's the proposer, you're the seconder. Councillor Campbell now, he's withdrawn. So, and Andy's very kindly stepped aside as well. So we have a proposal that we go with the recommendation that's out in the paper with an additional condition. We have a seconder. If there are no alternative views, we'll have that as unanimous decision of the committee. Tracy, can you just confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the condition in the report, with an additional condition that the bins be stored within the curtilage of the property.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item number 9. It's an application for A, planning permission for restoration works to existing fountain and railings and installation of artwork incorporating seating and associated works, and B, listed building consent for restoration works to existing fountain and railings at Dumfries Fountain, junction of High Street and English Street, Dumfries. The application type is A, full planning application, and B, listed building consent. Reference number A22/0072/full and B 21/1828/LBC. The recommendation is A, to approve subject condition, and B, approve unconditionally. And the case officer is Lindsay Cameron. I'll have to say in the outset, members, that we've all had a number of representations now. John Dowson's was in time, and that statement was read by the clerk. Other representations came late and therefore cannot be presented, but I'm sure some people will have been petitioned out with the committee, and that is the way that sometimes electronic messaging works. What I will say as well is we are not going to get involved in a redesign plan. If members are unhappy with either of these, we can refuse them, but we're not going to discuss the merits of the artwork. You will see in the report it's quite comprehensive, and I'll have a Lindsay, Cameron, Lindsay, when you can come in, please, and take us through your presentation, and we'll try and stick to the matter in hand. Lindsay, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Can I have the first slide, please? These two applications relate to the cast iron ornamental fountain and its immediate surroundings. The fountain is an iconic feature of Dumfries town centre, is located at the junction of High Street and English Street within the pedestrianised area. Next, please. This is the block plan, which shows the fountain and also the site for the proposed public artwork to its northeast. Next, please. This slide shows part existing and part proposed elevation, with the existing to the right and the proposed to the left. It indicates the proposal to remove the non-original rockery elements from the sandstone inner bowl, the reinstatement of the 4 cast iron urns, and the repainting of the fountain to reflect what is believed to be original colours. Next, please. Moving on to the proposed public artwork, this is a plan view with the shaded areas showing the proposed seating and the crossed boxes showing the locations for the proposed cast iron boats. Next, please. This next slide shows the proposed elevations for the artwork. Next, please. And this slide shows a cross-section of one of the stacks, which confirms its proposed construction. You have the concrete paving slabs, which should be secured together by metal rods. On the right of the slide, you have the cast iron bolts, which would sit on the top of a number of the stacks. Next, please. Moving on, this slide shows the palette of materials which would form the artwork. On the left are the concrete paving slabs, which would be cut vertically to reveal the aggregate and then machined or polished to create a terrazzo finish. On the right, we have a sample of teak, slats of which would form the seating, fixed to box section steel mountings, powder coated to match the historical paint colours taken from the fountain. Next, please. This is a visualisation showing the artwork and how it would be situated in relation to the fountain. The black areas on the artwork show the proposed seating areas. Next, please. Moving on to the photos, this is the view of the fountain as it currently stands. Next, please. This photo shows a close-up of the base of the fountain, showing the ornamental rock which is to be removed, and also the pillars in which the cast iron vases would be reinstated. Next, please. This slide shows the 3-tiered upper section of the fountain and shows its current condition and the paint colours. Next, please. Moving slightly further away, this photo shows the fountain and the area to the right where the proposed artwork would be located. Next, please. The next 3 slides show slightly more distant views of the fountain in its context. And this first photograph is a view looking north from the High Street. Next, please. This is a view from the pedestrian area in the middle of the High Street looking south. Next, please. And finally, this is a view looking west from the point at which English Street meets the High Street. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Questions for our case officer, please.
Could you see that artwork again, please, Chair?
Certainly. That one.
And is that the cross section next door to it? Is that a build-up of slabs?
Lindsay?
Yes, the concrete slabs would be stacked on top of each other, and then, as I say, they'd be secured together with metal rods.
To what height, Lindsay, please?
The maximum height would be 1.3 metres above ground level.
I take it that in English that'll be about, what, 4 feet?
I believe so, just over 4 feet.
Okay, that seems to have satisfied Councillor McKee.
I wouldn't know. It didn't satisfy me. I would like to have seen it, maybe a photograph of an actual structure like that. But thanks very much, Lindsay.
Okay, Councillor Stephen Thompson. Stephen, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's actually a question around, as far as I'm led to understand, the Dumfries fountain is a common good asset. And as such, I think sometimes there's a particular additional process of consultation that would have to be undergone should there be some change to the nature of the lease arrangement or even a sort of material planning application relating to the common good. And I just wondered if that's something that just to get that assurance that element has been safely carried out, given who the applicant is. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I didn't think it was common good. I thought the property in the Plainstains was common good, but I didn't think the fountain was. Lindsay, do you know if it's common good? And if so, have you conducted the appropriate consultation exercise?
I'm afraid I can't confirm that, but in planning terms, I don't believe there's any further consultation that would be required. But David may be able to confirm that.
We should have a list of common good assets anyway, and I would have thought the Ministerial Committee members would have known offhand whether it was common good or no, but David might help. David?
Really just to echo what Lindsay said, obviously this is an application that's come in with the applicant being the council. In planning terms, we've received all we need to actually determine it, but there's always a second layer of that where in terms of any other land ownership or other regulatory processes that need to be followed. But certainly I'm unaware of any such processes being undertaken or being required.
Okay, that's fine, David. Thank you, and thanks, Lindsay. Jim McComb, please.
Thanks, Chair. A very similar question to Stephen's. I assume the relevant community council would be a statutory consultee on this application. Is that correct?
Lindsay?
In terms of consultation, the community councils receive a list of the applications received. It's then for them to make a request to be consulted, and that didn't occur in this case.
So there was no response from the community council. Is that correct?
If there are no other... That legacy hand, Jim, or you want to come back?
It's me.
Remove it.
Oh, Jane. All right. Good afternoon, Jane. Take it you still think I'm a spoil sport.
That was private remark to you, Chairman. Yes, slightly. And in fact, it actually goes back to the proposed artwork details, because after all, we are being asked to do something which will change the immediate environs of this fountain. Could I possibly ask to go back to the actual materials, Chairman, and really look at what is being proposed? Thank you.
I think they're getting there. There you go, Jane.
I mean, are these being stacked like that, or is it one particular colour being chosen? I'm really sorry. I'm being confused by this. I thought it was one colour.
Lindsay?
I believe it's as shown on that slide, so it would be a mix of colours.
And the shadow gaps created between the slabs due to dimples being introduced on the bases. So obviously, it's as you see it, Jane.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. So I've got a number of members looking to speak. Still questions for the case officer. I've got Andy Ferguson, John Young and Pauline Drysdale in that order. Andy, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Lindsay. Just absolute clarification here, because it's a double-barreled application type, if I'm picking this up right. So does the full application include the artwork, or are there two separate strands to this? So for example, try to get down to the technicalities here. Would we be able to grant listed building consent, for example, but refuse the artwork? Is that potentially something we could do? I'm just wanting to clear it up now, Jim, before we go further.
The answer is yes.
I was trying to get the officer to say yes, Jim, but thanks very much. Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, I'm sure Lindsay will say yes as well. But I knew that because I asked the same question of David City earlier on. I said, I can see a concern with artwork and possibly know the fountain. And David's advice was it wouldn't be wise to refuse listed building consent because that's an improvement to the existing structure. But the artwork you can absolutely refuse. Although the point I made was we're not starting to design a new one, but you can certainly refuse it. But David, can you or Lindsay just confirm for Councillor Ferguson this question?
Yes, happy to summarise that, Chair. It's quite well put with what you said. The listed building consent is a freestanding application. It is purely for the fountain. And given that I personally cannot see any issue with the fountain being refurbished, all the consultees are happy with it. Historic Environment Scotland are happy with it. I would strongly suggest that there isn't really any planning grounds to refuse the listed building consent application. Unfortunately, the application has been submitted for planning permission as one. So you've got the restoration works to the fountain, and also included in that application are the artworks. So the fountain couldn't actually be refurbished without. So if you were to refuse this planning permission because you didn't like the artworks, that unfortunately means that the planning permission for the fountain also disappears. So it'd have to be a separate application submitted for that. But certainly, because you've got two applications before you on the one item, you're quite at liberty to refuse the planning application, notwithstanding the fact it obviously is your own application as a council, and approve the listed building consent. So yes, that is an option.
Andy, are you happy with that?
Okay, I'll try and decipher that. Planning speak to must speak. So that means basically we can knock the whole thing back, but then agree the listed building consent after that. Am I right?
I think
that's today I'm talking about.
I think agree listed building consent, but at the same time nothing can be done because the plan application has been refused, but the building consent can be in place. I'm sure that's it. So listed building consent will be in place, but because it's been refused, they can't actually carry out the work. Is that right, David?
Yes. In fact, you have a very similar application at the very end of the agenda, if you remember, one in Kirkcudbright, where listed building consent was granted and planning permission was refused, so you couldn't do the whole thing.
Sorry, but we'll get back to that, Andy, when we're in session, if you need just to comfort the thing again, but we can refuse it all. Listed building consent can be granted, but nothing can be done until there's a further application. John Young and then Pauline Drysdale, please.
Thanks, Chair. I take it the artwork is a permanent fixture. What would it then take to remove the artwork at some future date?
Oh, it'd be in the ownership of the council, so I presume that it'd be up to them. But it would have to be some justification deemed unsafe or whatever, rather than just take it away because you don't like it in a couple of years' time. Lindsay, can you help with that question for John?
In terms of the construction, there will be some foundations to the artwork, and if it were to be removed, the site would need to be reinstated. At the moment, it's paved with granite sets, and therefore it would be expected it would be reinstated.
But I think John's question, maybe Lindsay, was would be breaching some conditions if the artwork went up for a couple of years and there was such a public outcry that we decided to take it away again. Would we be breaching conditions or interfering with planning process by taking it away, given that we've granted planning permission for it to be there?
No, the artwork could be removed at a later date without any breach to planning control.
Thank you. I think that satisfies you, John. That was the question you were asking, was it?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. Pauline, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Lindsay, I've got a few questions for you. It's interesting that the application here ahead in front of us has been made by Dumfries and Galloway Council, but yet the detail's not brilliant in my mind. If we were to have seen the structure, the actual fountain, in a finished effect, it might give councillors a better chance to actually look at what the end build or the end final job would actually look like. Especially as we are looking here at a proposal to spend quite a lot of money to put in concrete benching. The first question about that is, you know, there are benches there, and the benches that are being proposed here are made of granite. We have quite an ageing population, and one doesn't find very often that you need to sit down in the town centre at the moment because there aren't enough shops to visit, so you don't get too tired. Are the benches cold? You know, this kind of structure looks to be quite of cold material, so that's one thing I would like to determine for me rather. And finally, boats that you're looking at. Am I incorrect in saying, and I'm sorry if I've missed it, Lindsay, I couldn't see them on the plan. Where are they supposed to be sited, and what are the purpose of those apart from just an artistic feature? So those are the three questions. If you could just explain to me why we didn't see a design of the finished fountain, and the design of the seating. Is it acceptable for the elderly population or anyone sitting down for that matter? And thirdly, and I can't remember what my third point was now. Yeah, the sighting of the boats, please. That would be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Lindsay?
Certainly. If we could go back to the elevation slide, please, Fiona. Yes, this is the one that shows each of the elevations. It shows each of the stacks. Also shows the seating areas which are shaded, and also there are crossed boxes at the top of each of the elevations with arrows pointing downwards, which show the positions of the boats. Fiona, could we go back further to the fountain itself? Yes, this slide here is a part proposed and part existing. We have the proposed on the left-hand side, which shows the removal of the rockery, the reinstatement of the cast iron urns, and also an indication of the colours and where it's proposed to put gold leaf onto the fountain. In terms of the construction of the seating, that's not really a consideration for us as planners. Whether it's comfortable, whether it's cold, whether it's necessary, these are not planning considerations. And sorry, what was the final question, Pauline?
No, I think that was it, Lindsay. Thank you. So the fountain at the moment, just lastly, sorry, Chair, if I may come back in. Sorry, Chair, is that okay?
It's okay, but just before that, I take it you've read the chart where David Sucky has said the seats would be teak slats, illustrated in paragraph 1.6 in the report. So the seats will be wooden anyway, Pauline.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Lindsay, last point just to say, so the drawing isn't, I understand the drawing does note it in the notes, but on the right-hand side, the statue in my mind when I'm going through the town is sort of a reddy colour at the moment. So it's just a bit complicated, but look, I understand now. Thanks very much for taking that on board.
Thanks, Pauline. So that's questions for the case officer. So if we have no further questions for Lindsay, maybe best no go away, Lindsay. Members, we're in session.
No, Chair. Sorry, I've got a statement.
Oh, so you have. Sorry, my apologies. We have a statement from John Dowson. Just now you're ready, Tracy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Objector John Dowson. I'm sure we would all agree that Dumfries Fountain needs attention and care. However, it is worth pointing out that this is largely due to the corporate neglect of Dumfries and Galloway Council over the last 20 years. It seems to be standard practice among council officials that if they want to mount a major project of restoration or repair, it must first be preceded by a period of so much neglect that the structure becomes endangered. This allows officials to justify extensive works which will secure their jobs for a period of time and pander to those who also seek to feed financially off the proposals. If the fountain had been properly maintained, then this project would be completely unnecessary. It is only before the planning committee because the budget now exceeds £250,000. Projects under £250,000 do not require planning permission. If the council is minded to reduce the budget and specification, then there would be no need for this item to be on the agenda. I was involved just after the millennium when the fountain was previously repainted and the water turned on, a simple task carried out in days. Some council official later turned the water off without explanation or justification. I now urge the Planning Committee not to approve the application before you on the grounds I have made in my formal objection. The fountain can be restored in situ and put back to working order for less than £25,000 as a reasonable estimate using local craftspeople and traders. I urge the Council to reject or at least continue the planning application pending more information about alternative methods of restoration, which will save the taxpayer around a third of £1 million. With regard to the public art, I urge councillors to fully reject this intrusion into our conservation area. It is becoming clear that our conservation area status is not safe in the hands of our planners. At no time has the wider public been asked if we wanted any public art at this location. It has been thrust upon us by a minority clique of artists. The appropriate body to be consulted here is Lorburn Community Council, and no effort has been made to even discuss this proposal with them. Any public art should be the result of an extensive invitation to many public artists to submit designs and proposal, and should only come forward after an arm's length jury has selected a winning entry. This is not the process here. Any public art, once approved and with planning permission, is likely to be with us for at least 100 years, if not longer. Please reject or continue the public art aspect of this application pending wider consultation and competitive entries. In fact, no public art is required at this location as there is already adequate seating on appropriate cast iron benches. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tracy. So that's the representation, and that concludes the representations today. So we're in session, and I have Ian Blake looking to speak. Councillor Blake, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, we were going into session the first time, but I'll go ahead with it. I've read this in detail, I've looked at the plans, and personally speaking, I think that they have absolutely no difficulty at all with the listing planning consent, and I've also no difficulty with the permission for restoration of works. Although I was a bit surprised as to be removed off site, but if that's what the engineers say, that's fine. The artwork, however, I think is totally inappropriate for this location. I think it's out of place. It does absolutely nothing for the town centre, and obviously there'll be a discussion on this. But as David said, that we can't refuse one part of the application. So my view right now is that we should refuse this application. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Although I take it we can approve the listed building consent, only nothing could be done with the fountain if we reject the other part, but at least that deals with the listed building consent. I take it if your proposal goes forward. So I've now got a number of speakers. I've got Councillor Driver, Councillor Maitland and Councillor Ferguson. Archie?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I do think that, the application should go ahead as one. I'm prepared to put forward, we'll go with the recommendations. I mean, we've just had, seminars and all that on dynamically different Dumfries. If we don't change anything, we don't dynamically get a different Dumfries. So therefore, I would suggest we go with the recommendations. I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of, funding and all that. That's not what we're here for. We're here for a planning application. Therefore, I would go with the recommendations. Chair, happy to move that.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Archie. And I've already said as Chair, we're not going into the debate about art, and only public consultation that might take place, that will be for another forum and another time. I've got Jane Maitland, Andy Ferguson, Doug Fairbairn. Jane, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I had absolutely no idea what to expect, but I started to read this report, and I think now that we've had an opportunity to look very carefully at what's being proposed, I find myself definitely inclining towards Councillor Blake's view. We've got, I think there aren't adequate visuals to really explain properly, but what I can see very clearly is that there will be blocks of concrete very close to the fountain, which I think will get in the way of the view of it, certainly from the north. And the highest of these is 1 1.3 metres, which is the thick end of 4'6". I don't think that's an appropriate positioning of this particular artwork. We've got rather good modern sculpture in Dumfries. At the bottom of the Vennel, for example, is really good, and it's in exactly the right place. But I think this is probably not correctly placed. I'm assuming that Councillor Blake will use LDP2 policy HE1 in terms of the impact on the setting of the category B listed fountain. And if he's minded to use that as something to hang a refusal on, I'd be very happy to go with that. I also agree with him that the restoration of the fountain itself is something to be totally welcomed. I'm absolutely thrilled we're getting rid of that hideous rockery. And I really look forward to seeing it. I'm rather jealous of it on behalf of the ward in Dean Glen Kens. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thanks, Jane. Before I go to the other speakers, and I'll just check with Councillor Blake. Are you happy to go with the suggestion that Councillor Maitland has made, and she wants to second your proposal if that suits you?
Yes, I'm perfectly happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the motion by Ian Blake, seconded by Jane Maitland, although I did see Councillor Drysdale come in later on to say she'd be happy to second it as well. So I've got Andy Ferguson, Doug Fairbairn, and if Pauline still wants to speak, that's fine. But if no, Jane was first in the list anyway, so she seconded Councillor Blake. Andy, please.
It's okay, Jim. I'll withdraw. Jane beat me to it.
Oh, okay. Doug Fairbairn, please.
Hi, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just really to echo Councillor Blake and Councillor Maitland, but on the back of Councillor Driver, we're continuing to dynamically destroy Dumfries, so we are, as far as I'm concerned. And I think also the consultation, I know there was a lot of late in that we couldn't read out, but how much consultation did we actually do with this, Chair? Did we actually go around all the residents in Dumfries? Did we give them a fair opportunity to discuss this going forward? Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Well, we'll not go into that because it's not a planning matter, but Case Officer Lindsay did say that Lord Burn Community Council got a list of planning applications and decided not to explore the Dumfries one. Now, maybe they didn't understand the implications, but that again is the process. I'll just check with David Sutty at the very end. In fact, thanks, Pauline, for withdrawing your requirement to speak. So I didn't seem to be any other speaker. So, David, I take it we don't need to go out knocking doors. We just simply notify through the press the plan application. It's up to others to then engage with the planning department. Is that right?
In terms of the applications, there's a clear statutory process which we follow. Any parties who are notifiable or sent neighbour notification. There's also the process by which it's advertised in the local press. Community council are sent the weekly list along with others. It's open to anybody anywhere to make any representations which on applications. In terms of the actual artwork itself, obviously that was something which certainly in Lindsay's report it makes reference to the fact that the Stove took that forward. So I presume that was something that it's paragraph 4.8, if you need to say it, as a result of extensive community engagement programme led by the Stove Network with a public artist commission to develop the artwork. So that's the only information that we need from a planning perspective. We don't go around doing anything more than we actually have to do in legislation. That's the standard practice in these things. In terms of, if I could just add in as well, I noticed Councillor Maitland making mention of LDP2 policy HE1, which is on listed buildings. If you are minded to refuse, then I would suggest that as in addition to that one affecting the setting of the listed fountain, you may wish to consider whether policy HE2 on conservation areas is also applicable, given that it is in a conservation area. But I'll leave that to yourselves.
Thanks, David. So Andy Ferguson wanted to speak.
Yeah, just for some clarity here, Jim, thank you for letting me back in. Maybe David can guide us. If I'm picking this up right, the fountain, the application would be from the council as the owners. The artwork as a commissioned piece of work through the stove. Can you explain why the stove haven't put a separate application in? Why is it in the one application?
Lindsay,
how do we tie them together? I think that's the question.
I think they're tied together in our papers, Andy. We can't unravel them. I think David's been quite clear about that. But Lindsay or David, can you explain to Councillor Ferguson why they're in a single application, although they're two different parties?
Chair, my understanding is the applicant here is the council, and presumably there was a tie-up, because I wasn't involved in this at all, I have to say. The relevant applicant section of the council must have done some liaison with the stove to actually come forward, because the council is the applicant here. It's the council that is proposing.
And they're applying for it. So to save us to and fro and again, I know Councillor Driver hasn't got a seconder yet, but Councillor Blake and Councillor Maitland are proposing a refusal. Now, that means that everything here is refused, but we can still grant listed building consent, although there can be no work carried out until a further application is submitted. Is that correct?
Chair, yes. I mean, if I can draw your attention to page 93, you've got two specific recommendations. You've got A, about the planning permission, and B, about listed building consent. So when you go to recommendations or a vote, then obviously you'll be considering 5.1A and then 5.2B. So you can separate those. You can clearly approve the listed building consent. That is its own freestanding application. You can also refuse the planning permission, because that's a freestanding application. But you wouldn't be able to do the works on the fountain unless and until they also got the requisite planning permission, minus the artworks.
Which is fine. That's grand. Andy, we seem to be this to death now.
Sorry, Jim, but it causes great concern in the borough. So I think it deserves the time. Just so I'm absolutely clear here, so everybody's absolutely clear. So we could approve the listed building thing, but it can't move forward until this planning permission has been granted. The question I'm going to ask now is, if it's the stove, for example, who comes back in with the planning permission, does that have to come back to the planning committee, or can that be done delegated to officers?
Well, it'll still be the council, because the council is the original applicant, so they still must have conducted a piece of work on behalf of the council, as that happens often as partner agencies. But aye, David, the question for Andy, I don't think we can delegate, because after the hoo-ha that we've just had about the artwork here, to delegate to officers and maybe not having a look at it in the future might not be the wisest thing we ever do, although none of us might be here after another month's time anyway. But I still think maybe on this occasion, given the amount of discussion we've had today and some of the communications we've had, it might be wiser if the planning committee actually see whatever future proposals might be. But to answer your question, Andy, I will ask David Sutty.
Basically, Chair, in terms of the scheme of delegation, if there's more than 6 objections, it automatically comes to the Planning Applications Committee. But there's also in the scheme of delegation a clause that says the appointed officer, namely me in this instance, can disregard that and choose to submit any application they see fit to committee. And given the debate today, there's no doubt, yes, I would put it to committee.
Right, so that kills that anyway, Andy. So
thanks, Jim. Thanks for clearing it up. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, right. So we're now in session. We've got a proposal from Councillor Blake and Councillor Maitland, and we've got advice from David that when we go to the recommendations on page 93, or the recommended decisions, shall I say, on page 93, when we come to 5.1, we can refuse, and 5.2, we can grant. That would stop the process. It would provide listed building consent, but the works would be delayed until we saw a further application that some future plan applications committee would be there to consider. So we've got that now from Councillor Blake. I take it Councillor Blake and Councillor Maitland, you'd be happy with that process that we go to the recommended decisions, reject 5.1 and approve 5.2? I will ask Councillor Blake first.
Yes, certainly. I'm in total agreement and with David's suggestion that it does come back to the committee. I think, given the circumstances of this one, it really has to. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think everybody it mainly thinks that. And then Councillor Maitland, are you happy to develop the same approach?
Yes, indeed, Chairman. I did listen to what Mr. Sutty said with respect to the impact of the development on the character, appearance and setting of the Dumfries Conservation Area. And it was suggested that that also has an impact, which I'm quite clear, obviously it does, because it's in the conservation area. If Councillor Blake would be willing to add that in as a second reason, I'd be very happy to second him. If he doesn't want to, I'll simply go with the original proposal.
Ian, you happy to add the additional advice gone with the officer?
Yes, I'm more than happy with that. Thank you.
And bear in mind, members, we are not setting this, if we get to the refusal, which seems to be the direction of travel, we are not sending a message out that we want any further discussion. We are simply saying we have rejected the application that's set out before us. What happens after that is out with your control. Councillor McKee?
I think are we not getting kind of separated, Chair? 5.1, the first one is no development respect that it's archaeological research works and whatnot have got to go in there as well. And are you going to stop them until such times as there's an agreement regarding what's done outside and that sort of thing? Because this archaeological research will take quite a bit of time. And I don't think we can say you're not going to do it. I think it's something that will need to be done. Would be proper right is done.
That will come back as the first condition in the next application, Joe. We're not writing it off. We're saying we're no, or at least Councillor Maitland and Councillor Blake are saying they're not prepared to implement that recommendation today. So that will come back in a further application if the refusal is supported. Nothing in that recommendation 5.1 will change because it'll have to come along with another design or another submitted application or a division between the fountain and the artwork so that one might go ahead at a different pace for the other. But no, we're not writing that off or rubbing it out. We're saying as far as the motion goes, it will not be applied today.
Can I ask the Chair, 5.2b, listed building consent, it's artwork you're talking about, and there's nothing in here that says about artwork.
No. The listed building consent for the repair of the fountain. You don't need listed building consent for new artwork. Listed building consent for the repair of the fountain.
Well, what's the listed building consent? Is that not for the fountain as well, then, Chair?
Only the fountain, yes.
So there's nothing really there saying anything about artwork, and it's just being thrown in.
There are two separate applications, Joke. One for artwork and one for repair of the fountain. And what Ian and Jane are saying is they don't like the artwork, they want to prevent that going forward, but they are happy to approve the listed building consent, which is for the repair of the fountain. But you've already heard nothing will happen until a further application comes before the committee anyway, but we can, and on David's advice, there's no justification for not approving listed building consent because everybody in the town and all the statutory bodies support the listed building consent and what that will achieve.
If it helps, Chair, page 87, it is, you can only require listed building consent for a building that has been listed by Historic Environment Scotland. Given that the artwork has not been put in place and is not listed, you cannot apply for listed building consent. You don't need to apply for it. But on page 87, I say under B, it makes it clear it's listed building consent for restoration works to existing fountain and railings. So that would be all be granting. The artwork does not fall within the listed building consent at all.
Yeah, so that's it, Joe.
So where does the artwork come in then, Mr. Sutty? There's nothing mentioned in the recommendations.
No, the artwork is purely within the planning application. Again, going back to page 87, the E, planning permission for restoration works to existing fountain railings, which is the same as the listed building consent, but then carries on, and installation of artwork incorporating seating and associated works. So it's only the planning permission that I pick up on that members are wanting to refuse, because it's only the planning permission which actually includes the artworks. The listed building consent application does not include it.
Well, with all due respect then, could we no plus the planning permission to get the work done on the fountain and the artwork comes back as a separate item?
No, we've already been told umpteen times. We cannot split them, Joe. They're in a one application and you either do one or none.
Yeah, it's all or nothing, I'm afraid.
You can't do that.
Councillor Dempster, I can see why it's the end of the administration time period.
Right, cheers, Joe. Right, we've got Stephen Thompson, and then we're going to go to see if Archie has a seconder.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, it was just very much, this harkens back to the item earlier on the agenda with Whithorn, where our own advice as a planning authority was that the officer recommendation would have been to allow this to go ahead had we separated out the additional parking from the boat thing. Anyway, that's history now, but it's the same advice I think we should take with this one, which is, this could have probably gone ahead quite easily with all the sort of repair works had it not been sort of amalgamated with the artwork thing. So maybe it's a lesson we've both taught ourselves and should listen to ourselves when we come back at the next planning committee to hear the repair works, and maybe it should be divided from the artworks. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay, Jeff's the last speaker, and then we're going to see what happens with Archie. Jeff.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, like the rest, I've got no problem at all with the listed building consent to restore the fountain. I do have concerns about the artwork. Largely, that's on health and safety grounds, which I recognise isn't probably a planning basis. But the idea of the fountain is that it will attract people to that area. And looking at the proposed boat, I'm sure children climbing on these blocks, etc., will inevitably lead to accidents. So I've got major concerns about the artwork.
Okay, so it would appear then that Archie doesn't have a seconder, in which case Archie will be in a position to record his dissent should he wish to do so, and it's the decision of the committee to refuse this application but to approve the listed building consent. Now, I'll just make sure with David Sutty that that's right. David, just confirm or trace the decision of the committee, please.
Yes, Chair.
Sorry.
I was going to say that what I'm reading as is recommendation 5.1. You've decided to go against the recommendation here and refuse planning permission on the grounds that the artworks, specifically the artworks, would have an adverse impact on the setting of the listed building and the character of the conservation area, and therefore be contrary to LDP policies HE1 and HE2.
Thank you. And then we're going to approve the listed building consent. Okay, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please? And you just check with Councillor Driver if he wants his dissent recorded, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, the loss is getting grey. He'd rather carry on the day.
You know yourself.
Thanks, Chair. So application A has been refused on the grounds that the design, site and an appearance of the artwork is inappropriate and adverse effect on the listed building and conservation area, which is contrary to LDP2 policies HE1, HE2, and approve application B for listed building consent unconditionally. And we'll also agree that any future applications that come in around this item will be brought back to a future committee for member decision.
Thank you, Tracy. Thanks, members, for your interest in that particular agenda item. Move on to agenda item number 10. Consultation regarding an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the proposed erection of 12 wind turbines, maximum 180 metres, base to tip, and associated proposed transformers, foundations, hard standing areas and tracks, one permanent meteorological mast, height unspecified, water crossings, passing places and turning heads, borrow pits, substation compound, 2 temporary site construction compounds, energy storage facilities, cabling and concrete batching plant at Artfield Forest, 8 kilometres northwest of Kircowan, Newton Stewart. The application type is a Section 36 consultation, and the recommendation is to raise no objections subject to the imposition of conditions. And Andrew Robinson. Andrew is our case officer. Andrew, do you want to take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Moving on to the next slide, the application site is situated in the Wigtonshire Moorlands, roughly between Newton Stewart and Stranraer, to the north of the A75, as shown in this plan. Moving on to the next slide. This shows the location of the site in a little bit more detail. It's situated in an area of commercial forestry to the east of Artfield Fell Wind Farm and the west of Eldrig Fell. And the local road network is primarily situated to the south and the east of the site. So the site is identified in red on the plan, and some surrounding features such as the Southern Upland Way and the railway line are identified on that site plan for you. Moving on to the next slide. This shows the proposed site plan. It effectively shows and lists all the elements that are listed in paragraph 1.6 of the committee report, which make up the proposal. So effectively, this is a 12 turbine wind farm. 8 of the turbines are predominantly situated in the northwestern corner of the site, with the other 4 situated in a more central position. And the wind turbines would be accessed via a combination of existing forestry access tracks that would be updated, upgraded, and new access tracks, and also other infrastructure that's required for the wind farm. Moving on to the next slide, just a quick elevation of the proposed wind turbines. They are proposed to be a maximum tip height of 180 metres, and no height has yet been identified for the hub. Moving on to the next slide. This shows the cumulative context of wind energy development in this area. There is quite a lot of wind energy development in this area. So the proposal is identified by the blue dots on this plan. Within the application site, there was previously a wind farm proposed a number of years ago and consented called Gas Wind Farm. That's identified in the light green within the red line boundary, although that consent expired a couple of years ago now, so that scheme won't be coming to fruition. In the rest of the plan, operational wind farms are shown in the darker green, and the in-planning schemes are shown in orange, although I would add that since this plan was prepared, the Strannock 2 proposal and particularly the Kilgallick extension proposal that is situated just to the north of this scheme are actually now consented schemes. The committee considered both of those committees last year. They've now been consented by the Scottish ministers. Moving on to the next slide. Shows the landscape character areas surrounding the site. So the site itself is situated within the plateau with forest landscape character area. It's adjacent to the plateau moorland landscape character, and other landscape character areas are also shown on this plan that are in proximity to the site. Moving on to the next plan, the site itself is not situated or covered by any landscape designations, but you can see from this plan there are regional scenic areas in the vicinity of the site, most notably the Mottram Lochs regional scenic area to the south and the Galloway Hills to the east, and also the wild land area within the national park, Galloway Forest Park, sorry, is to the northeast of the site. Moving on to the next slide, shows various transport and recreational routes surrounding the site. So the local road network, as I said before, is mainly to the south and the east of the site. The blue hashed line to the west and north of the site is the Southern Upland Way. Moving on to the next slide. This shows the theoretical visibility of the proposal only in terms of visibility to blade tip. The red areas indicate where 11 to 12 turbines would be visible, which, as you can see from this slide, is predominantly for most areas where theoretical visibility is possible. Moving on to the next slide. As the proposal has turbines exceeding 150 metres in height, there is a requirement for permanent red aviation lighting to be fitted to the turbines. At this moment in time, it's identified that 10 of the 12 turbines would require aviation lighting. And this plan shows lighting intensity where visibility is greater than 5 kilometres. Within paragraphs 4.83 and 4.85 of the report, we've covered this before at committee, but it basically explains how lighting intensity is proposed to be reduced during certain periods of visibility. So effectively, when visibility is less than 5 kilometres from the wind farm, that is where lighting intensity would be at its most greatest, where the maximum intensity of lighting would be 2,000 candelas. In periods where visibility is greater than 5 kilometres, that would be reduced to 10% of that. So effectively, the maximum intensity would be 200 candelas. So this plan shows that where the areas in dark blue are areas of most intense and those areas in green are least intense. Moving on to the next slide shows the intensity within 5 kilometres when lighting would be most intense. So effectively the areas where visibility would be greatest is shown in dark red, which is the area of commercial forestry and elements of the Southern Upland Way situated to the north of the site. Moving on to the next slide, these are now the viewpoints. This is taken from the Merrick, and it's looking southwest towards the site. So the slide shows the wire line showing existing and proposed turbines against the baseline photograph. And moving on to the next slide shows the wireline and photo montage of the proposal, which is situated within the middle. So quite a distance from the proposed wind farm at this location, but it is situated within the wildland areas. That's why this viewpoint's been included. Moving on to the next slide. This shows there has been a nighttime visual taken from this viewpoint as well, although it's more been taken at dusk rather than in a period of true darkness. Moving on to the next slide. This is taken from Glenfinnock Fell, which is on the Southern Upland Way between the A714 and B7027 roads just north of Newton Stewart. So again, this is looking southwest towards the site. You've got the existing pattern of wind energy development shown on the wireline against the baseline photograph. And moving on to the next slide, you have the wire lines of the proposal and the photo montage as well. And obviously there's some operational wind farms there, which the proposal would be read against. And moving on to the next slide shows a photo montage at dusk, where aviation lighting would be operational at this point. Moving on to the next slide, this is taken at Fell End, which is situated to the north of the A75. So moving to the next slide, this is a photograph. So there's a cairn at the top of this viewpoint, which is why it's been chosen. This is an on-site photograph looking towards the site with the cairn in the foreground, and you can see existing wind energy development that's there at the moment. So moving on to the next slide, which is taken in the same direction, and you can see where the proposal would be situated effectively in the centre of the photograph behind what is Aries wind farm. That's what's in the foreground there. And moving on to the next slide, this photograph's been taken from the road, which is close to where that viewpoint. So most receptors would more likely see, this is what most receptors would see from this particular location from the road looking towards the site. If we move on to the next slide, it then shows that viewpoint with the Y lines and photo montages. So that's the existing Y lines and photo montage. And moving on to the next slide is of the proposal itself from this location, where it would largely be read against existing wind energy development. And moving on to the next slide shows a nighttime visual from this location. Moving on to the next slide, this is from Knockfell, which is situated to the south of the A75, looking north of the proposal. There's a scheduled monument situated at this location. So moving on to the next slide, this shows the proposal with the wire lines and photo montage. Moving on to the next slide is the A75 at Glenluce. And moving to the next slide, where you'll see the proposed turbines. Effectively, the proposal in this location would be located beyond the landform, with Carscrew Wind Farm more in the foreground. Moving on to the next slide, this is taken at White Cairn, near White Cairn Caravan Park. And moving on to the next slide, this is the photographs on site. So the point that you need to look at in this photograph is effectively the area of trees located in the centre of the photograph, which is where the proposal would be situated, where there's some existing wind energy development beside there, and to the right is Carscrew Wind Farm. Moving on to the next slide is a zoomed in shot of the same location, and then going around the corner on the road, which is taken on the next slide, that's looking towards the application site. And in terms of the visibility of the proposal from this location, if moving on to the next slide, you can see the existing wire lines of turbines and the baseline photograph. And then moving on to the next slide, you have the proposed wire lines of the proposal and the photo montage as well above that. Moving on to the next slide, this is taken from west of New Luce, which is on the approach road to New Luce, so it's taken at a higher level than the village itself. So moving on to the next slide, this is a photograph which shows the current appearance, I think, a bit better than what's actually shown on the photographs supplied with the EIA. So this is looking towards the site, and you can see existing wind energy development at this location. And then moving on to the next slide, you have the proposed wire lines of the proposal and the photo montage above that. Moving on to the next slide, these viewpoints are really closer range viewpoints of the scheme itself. So this is taken from the minor road on the approach to Belmury Fell. So moving on to the next slide, this is the current view towards the site. You've got Belmury Fell and Arfield Fell wind farms in view at this location, and the proposed wind farm would sit behind the rise in the land levels there. Moving on to the next slide, this is just panning around slightly further from the previous photograph. And then onto the next photograph, it's looking towards the Glen Chamber wind farm, which is more prominent in this location. And moving on to the next slide shows the proposed wire lines of the proposal against the existing. And then moving on to the next slide is effectively where you can see the turbines would be situated behind the landform and the photo montage above. Moving on to the next slide, which is taken from the Southern Upland Way. This is the closest point where the proposal will be seen effectively in terms of walking routes. And moving on to the next slide, this is taken from the Southern Upland Way looking towards the site. So the site itself is situated in the area of commercial forestry effectively in the centre of the photograph. And moving on to the next slide, this is taken from the same point but looking south, so you can see where Belmury Fell and Arfield Fell wind farms are, and the Southern Upland Way crosses effectively goes in the direction towards those wind farms. And moving on to the next slide, this shows the proposal at this location in comparison to existing wind energy development. And then moving on to the next slide, that is the proposal itself. If we move on to the next slide, I've included a few more photographs on the Southern Upland Way just to give you a bit of an idea of actually what of the rest of this route here. This is taken from the highest point on the Southern Upland Way in this location where the photo montage wasn't taken. So that's the site effectively there in the area of commercial forestry, where you'll see the proposal. And if you pan round to the next photograph, this looks north, effectively where that viewpoint location was taken, which is beside Kilgalliack Wind Farm, which is obviously operational at the moment. Moving on to the next slide, this is part of the Southern Upland Way on the approach to there, so it's quite undulating. So the proposal will primarily be seen behind the landform on the approach to those viewpoints. And if you move on to the next slide, that sort of shows a similar view of what you would see at the proposal. That's Kilgalliack Wind Farm. And moving on to the next photograph, this is taken from on the Southern Upland Way just to the north of Balmury Farm, looking towards the site. Moving on to the next slide, this is taken from Taft Bridge, which is just to the south of the site. So the next slide shows a photograph looking towards the site. Again, it will be shown in the area of commercial forestry. Moving on to the next slide shows the wire lines and baseline photograph. The proposal is identified in red. And moving on to the next slide is the proposed wind farm and the associated photo montage with that. Moving on to the next slide, this is the penultimate viewpoint now. So this is taken from Loch Ronald, which is to the southeast of the site, of which there's a caravan park located next to there. So the next slide shows the photograph from this location looking towards the site. And going on to the next slide, you have the wire lines and baseline photograph. And moving on to the next slide is the proposed wire lines and associated photo montage, where you can see the proposal behind the area of forestry. And moving on to the final viewpoint, this is taken from Eldrick Fell, which is just to the east of the site. And if you move on to the next slide, this location contains the scheduled monument of Wood Cairn, which is shown here. And then moving on to the next slide, this is looking towards the application site, so it is located within that area of forestry, with the wind farm behind being Kilgalliack Wind Farm. The next slide shows a photograph just panning to the left of there. Unfortunately, it was into direct sunlight the time I was at this viewpoint, but it's within this area of forestry where the wind farm's proposed. And moving on to the next slide, at the same location, this is looking north. So you've got Kilgalliack Wind Farm in the distance, and the Kilgalliack extension scheme that you considered last year will be in that area of open moorland just in the centre of the photograph. So moving on to the wire lines and photographs, this is how the proposal would view against existing wind farms. And the bottom slide is looking to the north. If you go on to the next slide, the top is the same viewpoint, but with the wire lines for Kilgalliack Wind Farm shown in there. And the bottom slide is looking to the east, where you're looking towards the Galloway Hills and also Aries Wind Farm. And the final slide basically is looking back towards the proposed site. So that's the proposed wind farm from this location in that viewpoint. So going on to the last slide. So in conclusion, the proposal will give rise to significant landscape and visual effects, particularly from closer range viewpoints, as shown in those photographs, and particularly as a result of aviation lighting. However, on the whole, it is considered that the scheme has been well sited and designed when differences in scale and size of turbines, whilst notable with other schemes, is considered would be acceptable. And as part of the recommended conditions, we are recommending that a condition is attached to try and reduce the impacts of aviation lighting further, with the submission of an aviation lighting landscape and visual impact. and mitigation plan. So as part of this proposal, we are recommending that the council raises no objections to this proposal and informs Scottish ministers of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Questions for our case officer?
Please, Chairman.
Jane, bang on.
Thank you very much. It's to do with aviation lighting, Andrew, and you pointed out early on that we don't yet know how high these hubs are going to be. And I presume that any aviation lighting proposal will take all that sort of opportunity for variation into account. The issue seems to be that the aviation lighting proposal does talk about the extent of being able to consider a scope for removing further permanent lighting from turbines. And it's clearly a dynamic process, and that I think is really to be welcomed, that we aren't stuck with these things, say the same permanent lights for 30 years. But are we in a position to say, where somebody could remove it, actually they must remove them? How much clout can we attach to this particular condition?
Andrew?
Yeah, I think at this point it might be worth turning to proposed condition 30 in the report. I'm not sure what page that's on for everyone, but it is condition 30. And that's the proposed aviation lighting condition that we're suggesting. And this is a similar condition to what's been attached to the Kilgalliack extension wind farm. And what's been included in that condition, it's particularly it's part 1A and B. So the mitigation plan within the condition is requiring effectively further measures for the developer to keep exploring ways of reducing the visual aviation lighting. The technology is changing all the time, and I think it's fair to say that the industry is trying to move towards radar activated lighting, but it's not there at the moment, and it's not been approved by the CAA. So we can't consider that as a mitigation measure at this time for that reason, because we don't know when it will be deliverable. But effectively, as part of this condition, it will be requiring the developer to set out measures to minimise the visual impact of lighting, with some suggested methods for doing that, but then also timescale and setting out timescales and parameters for the periodic review of lighting. And that's just to factor in where technology may change and when a circumstance can arise where it may no longer be actually required for that. And it does seem a sensible suggestion to do that for that reason, because if technology changes and the CAA don't require a visible lighting on these turbines, then I think it's fair to say that we should be seeking them to be removed at that time. Hopefully the condition, we're hopeful, will achieve that. So it will require periodic reviews of the lighting scheme, and then it says it shall be fully implemented throughout the lifetime of the development. So I'm hopeful that would provide the comfort that this can be kept reviewed and the scheme changed as and when technology requires that to happen.
Thanks, Andrew. That do you, Jane?
Well, yes, I'm really sorry to pick away at this, but and I totally understand number 30. I did carefully read it, but it does seem to still leave us a little bit open to whether or not, a developer would act on increases and better technology, or whether they would simply note that it had happened, and then kind of leave it for another 5 or 10 years because it was too expensive or didn't suit them. Or do you see what I mean? I just want to know how powerful that condition is to protect the council's interests.
Andrew?
Yeah, it's requiring the developer to set out timescales and parameters for a periodic review. I suppose if you wanted to strengthen the condition, we could consider applying our own timescale for what we would consider would be a suitable periodic review, and also potentially adding to that condition that mainly point 2, where it says the approved mitigation plan shall be fully implemented throughout the lifetime of the development. Maybe that could be expanded to state including any changes to the scheme as part of the review process. So it's putting the onus back on the applicant or the developer, whoever's operating this wind farm at the time, to actually implement the findings of that review. If that would provide some more comfort to maybe strengthen point 2 of that condition.
Jane?
Well, Chairman, I'm no lawyer, and that's in some ways the sort of thing that we need to make certain we're getting right. I would absolutely leave it to our officers with legal support to get that right. But I think it's understood what I think members have always been exercised by lighting in inappropriate places, particularly with respect to our dark sky park status.
Thanks, Jane. Okay, so we can delegate that to officers. I've got Councillor McKee looking to speak.
Is there any other areas in Scotland putting wind turbines up? I've just looked at the papers that were sent out. According to my calculations, and no necessarily be correct, there's 375 wind turbines in these papers here today. Now, we've said about it over quite a length of time. When's enough? And when you showed them up there, Andrew, goodness me, there's hardly room for any turbines. It's getting so crowded. And
Every application.
Is there anybody else doing it in Scotland, or is it just us?
We're the mess favourite, Joe. Every application is considered in its merits, Joe. That's the way we find ourselves. That was an observation rather than a question. So, we're in session, members. If there are no views, we'll take a unanimous decision of the committee to support the officer's recommendation. Tracy, can you confirm our decision, please?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, members have agreed to raise no objection subject to the imposition of conditions.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item number 11. I've had a note saying that Claire Eckstein's PC isn't working, but she will present, only it'll be sound only. So we have an application for the erection of dwelling house, erection of an office, reception with ancillary cafe, shop and store, formation of fish hatchery with hatchery building, growing on tanks and pond, formation of accessible fishing platform and hard standing for motorhome hookup points, and installation of sewage treatment plant and associated works at Alderneuk Fishery, Terregles, Dumfries. The application type full planning permission, reference numbers 21/2104/full. The recommendations to refuse and case officer Claire Eckstein. And as you'll notice, this was called in by Councillor Howie. So Councillor Howie will address the committee. Usual rules, 3 minutes, after which I think it's Teams Ian's joining in, after which Ian will leave the meeting and we'll go to determination. So if Claire's with us, can you take us through the presentation, Claire, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Before I start, I'd just like to update you as noted in paragraph 2.3, regarding an update from the Pudris team, which now withdraws their objection subject to motorhome point being above the 1 in 1,000 year predicted flood level, and for the finished floor levels of the house to be at least 600 millimetres above the levels noted in figures 2 and 2.3 of the technical memo submitted in January 2022. Results of this is that we can withdraw the need for condition number 2 in the report. And that was on time flood risk. So just going through the photographs. This is the site itself, which is off the U230N, which is accessed off the Old Glen Road and then ultimately accessed via this A75 hospital roundabout, DGRI. Next. So this is an aerial photograph of the site, just showing the sort of site entrance. I've also highlighted where the new chalets have been built.
Claire, can you pause a minute, please? There's something happened to the display. It's gone funny. It's got your all your different iTrent, Lagan, SharePoint, committee, etc., up rather than the OHPs.
All right.
So maybe a desktop you're showing.
Our end's fine here, Chair.
Is it? Oh, mine's definitely gone funny. Okay.
I'm seeing you, Chair.
Oh, well, right. Okay, Claire, bash on.
Off the desktop. That's it. I can see.
That's
you.
me. Got it. Aye.
You all right?
I'm fine. Yes, thank you.
Right, this is an aerial photograph of the site. This is showing the site entrance off the U230N, and then obviously Aldermot Fishery with the fishery pond. Just go through the next slide. Fiona? That's it. So this shows the existing block plan, which shows the existing hut, stock shelter, and the newly built chalets. Next one. And this is the proposed site plan. So from just to the east of the new chalets, we've got the hatchery and tanks and the new pond. And then we've got in the middle of the drawing, we've got the new dwelling house. You can see it marked with the light green. And then to the right, we've got this building which contains the cafe, shop, store. And then we've got the wheelchair platform, which runs along. And you can see it, that sort of dark rectangular block. Next. So these are the house elevations showing the dwelling house, just a sort of single story dwelling house. Next. This shows the cafe, shop, storage building. And as you can see, the cafe area, internal floor space is around, which is to the left side of the building. That area is about 27 square metres, and the remainder of the building is just for general storage of equipment for the fishery. Next. And this shows the hatchery building and a block plan of that position, and then obviously the proposed motorhome points, which are numbering 4. Next. So this is the entrance off the public road. This is looking southwards. This is, ultimately southwards toward the Old Glen Road. You can see the chalet buildings to the left of the main entrance. Next. And then this is looking northwards. Sorry, I think I've got that right the wrong way. This is southwards, away towards the Glen Road. Next. And this is an older picture I took last year when the application was meant to previously go to committee, but was withdrawn prior to that. And this is looking from the fishery car park, looking up to the entrance towards the public road. And then to the right, you can see the access road for the new chalets to the right-hand side. Next. So these are the chalets close up, and these are the new ones that are behind the gate. Next. And then this is the area to the rear of the chalets, which is proposed for the proposed hatchery. Next. And then this is looking at the entrance to the car park. so looking back up towards the chalets, this is the photograph on the left, and then obviously just panning just slightly just to get the camera position. This is where the silver car is where the motorhome park area would be. Next. And then we turn round and we're going through the entrance gate, which takes you onto the fishing pond, which you can see in the distance. Next. So this is the existing fishing hut with a static caravan behind, and that is the site of the proposed dwelling house. So these buildings will come away, and then the entrance to the car park is to the right, and the existing storage building, which is the little green building on the right-hand side, and that will be that will come away as well, and that will be the site of the proposed TV storage building. Next. So this is showing a more close-up building of the existing stock shelter building, which is the site of the proposed cafe and storage building with the fishing platform to the right, which leads obviously to the fishing pond. Next. And this final picture again was taken last year, which just gives a view across the fishing pond, which obviously has points for the fishermen all the way around about it. Next. So the key element of this proposal is there sufficient justification that would support a new dwelling house in the countryside under policy H3? And is there a proven essential need, given that any new dwelling house no longer requires to be linked via an occupancy or legal obligation? As noted in the report, the fishery has been operating without a dwelling house for over 12 years. So the main changes to the existing operation with this proposal, and used to justify the main changes for a new dwelling house, there's a Labour report which is set out in the appendix. You'll see there, and the key changes which they have added to the fishery is firstly the chalets, which have been built and they're due for occupation in June 2022. The second element is the shop, cafe, reception area. This is essentially a relocation upgrade of the existing facility, and this tea room shop area is, as I've said before, is an area of about 27 square metres. The third element is the motorhome points, and finally it's the hatchery facility. So, but as you'll note in the phasing in paragraph 4.31 of the report, the hatchery is proposed after the house is built, so cannot really be regarded as a justification for the house. So in summary, as set out in the report, it's considered that there remains insufficient evidence to justify a new dwelling house at this location, and the recommendation is to refuse as set out in condition 1. And as I've previously mentioned, the recommended condition 2 relating to flooding will now be removed. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Any questions for our case officer? Doesn't look like it, Claire. Okay, members, we have John Campbell, Vice Chair.
No, John Young.
Oh, John Young. Oh, John Campbell's in. My apologies.
Right.
John Young first, then John Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Claire, for that introduction. A note in the recommendations, as you stated, there was 2 reasons. The second one, the flooding, has been withdrawn. So on page 173, you stated that the primary justification, given the perceived vulnerability of the site due to its location, but it's not really in close proximity to any settlement. I think it's over 200 metres away from any domestic setting, so security is a big issue. And you suggested in paragraph 4.26 at the end that the rural crime strategy makes a number of recommendations. I had a quick look through that document and they weren't really appropriate for this type of business. So could you perhaps outline how you think this particular development could be secured? Because as you state, the primary justification for a dwelling house seems to be the security of this business.
Which paragraph are you referring to?
I'm referring to paragraph 4.26 on page 173.
Well, that's what the the applicant. That's the operational. I said in addition to the claimed operational need for doing, a case has been submitted in respect of security need, and that's been done by the applicant.
Right. So the applicant is stating that the need for a dwelling house is mainly because of the security of their business.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you, the officer, obviously disagrees.
Well, that's that's the opinion that that's one of the justifications they put forward in terms of their case for a dwelling house, as they put forward other reasons, as anybody does for a new dwelling house in the countryside.
No, I appreciate that. So there's no other buildings within over 200 metres to this hatchery.
Well, what there will be now is there will be the chalets there as well. Those are new on the site.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire.
Thanks, John. John Campbell, Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Claire. It's probably on a similar point to Councillor Young's about the security. I'm kind of looking at, when you showed your slides, you showed one that there was a caravan there. And I'm just wondering, was that caravan, being used 24/7 as part of the security? I mean, the chalets themselves, they're used just for visitors to come and fish in the loch. So I'm just wondering if you could clarify what the caravan was there for, and was it part of the security?
We don't actually have a record for the caravan. The caravan's just been used as a storage building associated with the business. So they basically put the caravan there for like storage and office facility. And they've got a sort of, go back to the Fiona. If you go back to the back a bit more, yeah, that one there, and you'll see that sort of the wooden structure with the decked area in front is kind of like their reception area, and they use that as a sort of, it's not lived in, as it were.
Right, so it's more like an office block reception area.
Yeah, but they use it's the wooden area that they use as their kind of reception area. They don't live on site. They reside. And I'll tell you where it is. They reside. If you look in paragraph 4.22, they reside away from the site at near Amesville, I think.
Thanks, Claire. That's helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, John. If there are no other speakers, we will invite Ian Howie to join us. Ian, are you with us?
Hopefully you can hear me, Chair.
We can indeed, Ian. Usual rules apply. 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to wind up your presentation. Wait for questions, and then you're obliged to leave the meeting so that we can determine the application in your absence. So whenever you're ready, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I was a police crime prevention officer for 16 years, and as such, I consider myself an expert in this particular field. Supplementary planning guidance states that security is unlikely, and I emphasise unlikely, to be sufficient justification for a dwelling on the basis that there are other means of enhancing security. Alderneuk has been subjected to high levels of crime, and I believe the only effective way of preventing war is by maximising natural surveillance through the provision of a dwelling. Crime theory states that thefts occur when a likely offender and suitable target come together without a capable guardian present. That is the situation at Alderneuk. The Labour report details poaching on an industrial scale. In 2018, over 400 fish valued at £5,000 were lost through poaching. Losses of this scale are unsustainable and put the viability of the business at risk. Over the past 2 years, 12 crimes have occurred at the site. However, according to the case officer, there have only been a small number of incidents over 11 years of the business. This is actually a very high level of crime. Broken windows theories demonstrates that premises which have experienced crime are far more likely to be subjected to further attacks unless preventative measures are put in place. So what are the options? In 4.26, the case officer's report states, the security of the site could be greatly improved through a number of methods. The Rural Crime Strategy makes a number of recommendations on how this could be achieved. No, it doesn't. It's a partnership strategy document for the police, NFU and partners. It is not a crime prevention guide for the public. Secured by Design states, natural surveillance is the cornerstone of community safety. Where the likelihood of being seen is low, the likelihood of crime will be higher. I contacted Stuart Ward, National Designing Out Crime Manager with Police Scotland, who states, the primary solution with rural environments to minimise crime is to improve as far as possible the opportunities for natural surveillance. Going back to the original statement, Chair, security is unlikely to be sufficient for a dwelling on the basis that there are other means of enhancing security. Well, what are they? We are not told. Members, officers have recommended refusal on the grounds that there are other means of enhancing security. Surely the onus is on them to identify what these are. They have failed to do so for the simple reason that there aren't any. That being the case, I would argue that the application meets permitted criteria of essential need, and as such, I would request that favourable consideration be given to the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ian. Thanks for being so concise. Any questions for Ian before he leaves? Lucky day, Ian. Thank you very much.
I will leave now, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation, Ian. Take care. Members, we're in session. If there are no alternative views, we'll go with the officer recommendation.
Sorry, Chair, can I come in? I mean, this is in my ward, so I've always got a great deal of interest in it. And I know the council priorities are to support our small and medium-sized businesses to be established and to grow. And I'm also well aware that planning considerations can override the council's priorities. However, I think Councillor Howie made an excellent point. The only way this business can grow and be secure is if there's a dwelling house on the premises. So I agree with him that we should we should go against the officer's recommendation in this case, and I would say there is a sufficient need, as shown in the papers and shown in the history of this hatchery, that a dwelling house is needed to stop crime, to stop poaching, and to allow the business to develop and grow. And then we'll be following the council's priorities. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, John. I would have to say I don't agree with you, but it's quite clear that it's a means always of security, but it's not the only means, and I'd be prepared to go with the officer's recommendation, but we don't have a seconder yet either.
Chair, could you come in?
Yeah.
With your many, many years of planning experience, what other method of security could be used here?
Fencing, security guards, dogs. It's not our job to tell people how to keep their premises safe, and we can't work on speculation. We've not been given any police notes that say there's been 12 crimes in the last year or there's been 400 fish taken. It's information from a relative member that I don't dispute. What I'm saying is we're not here to design security. it's clear the officer's recommendation is that there are other means and it hasn't been satisfactorily demonstrated. And I'm of the opinion she's right. So I have the opinion that the officer's recommendation is the right one. And I'm not saying that's correct, but that's my opinion, John.
That's much appreciated, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline?
Sorry, Chair. I'm charging my iPad at the moment, so it's at a very bad angle. Apologies. Got a nice hairline shot, everybody. Just to say, I would like to second John Young's proposal to overthrow the officer's recommendation to refuse this, as with the addition of a shop and more motorhomes coming into the area, it is indeed very difficult to manage the security of a site such as this, as we've seen across the country with regards to fishing and poaching. All across the UK, there have been difficulties. So I'm sorry, Chair, I don't agree with you on this one here, and I would like to second John Young. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Absolutely fine, Pauline. Thanks for that. So you have a motion from John Young and a second. I propose we go with the officer's recommendation.
Chair,
yeah.
could I stick my nose in, please? You could maybe tell Pauline that it's afternoon here, no morning. Can we defer this decision, Chair, and the planners talk to the applicants and tell them to seek advice on security and bring this back to the planning committee in the future?
No.
Can we do that or no?
But it wouldn't be justified, no. David City will always tell you the safest thing to do if you're no happy reading information is to refuse it and allow the applicant to resubmit, because there's no fee for one resubmission. So I would suggest no, we can't. John Campbell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm very sympathetic with this application. I do understand where they're coming from. We've had similar applications in the past where security has been a big issue. But I'm happy to second your proposal to go along with the officer's recommendations, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, John. In that case, we have a proposal and a motion and amendment. Can you take us through the motion amendment and go through the vote, Tracy, please?
Sorry, Chair. Can I have the reasons for approval on planning grounds, please, along with any conditions proposed? Thank you.
Okay, that'll be John Young.
Thanks, Chair. I believe it has been satisfactorily demonstrated that a new house at this location is essential for the operational needs of the business. On the ground.
Oh, sorry. Laura Whitelaw, legal officers want to come in. Laura?
Thank you, Chair. I see that David also has said something about speaking as well. I believe he'll probably be raising the same point as myself. If members are minded to grant this on the basis of operational necessity for the building, there was discussions between the officers prior to today's meeting suggesting that to ensure that the business developments are carried out first, it would be competent to have a Section 75 planning obligation whereby there was a phased development so that the business is carried out first with the house last. That if members are looking for some comfort as to the phasing of the development, then that is something that we could do.
That's really helpful, Laura, provided the mover and seconder want that. David City? Withdrew, so obviously his point was the same as Laura's.
Laura beat me to it.
Hi. John, are you willing to introduce that as part of your motion?
I certainly am, Chair. Thank you.
And seconder?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think that is sensible. Agreed. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, Tracy, can you just remind members what the motion is? The amendments officer's recommendation, but what's the motion?
Thanks, Chair. The motion proposed by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Drysdale, is to approve the application on the grounds that it has been satisfactorily demonstrated that the need for a dwelling house to continue operational needs of the business, justifying a house in the countryside with policy H3, I think it is. H3, yes. And the conditions, the usual conditions, I'm presuming will be attached if they're leaving that to the officers, the usual conditions for dwelling houses to be attached, and a Section 75 obligation and phasing to be introduced. An amendment proposed by the Chair, seconded by Councillor McKee, and that's to refuse the application on the grounds, the first ground detailed in the report due to the second ground for the refusal being removed due to the flood risk management withdrawal of their objection.
I think it might have been Councillor Campbell that was second the pressing. Councillor McKee asked a question.
Apologies, sorry, I'll just change that.
John?
No, you beat me to it, Chair, thank you.
Okay, so on that basis, Tracy?
Okay, we'll proceed to the vote. Chairman?
Amendment?
Vice Chair?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Crothers? Sorry, he's left the meeting chair, that's fine. Councillor Drysdale?
Motion.
Councillor Fairbairn?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson?
Sorry, Chair, I can't decide. I've left the meeting for most of the discussions.
Thanks, Andy.
Councillor Giusti? He's left as well, Chair. Councillor Lever?
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor?
Motion.
Councillor McComb?
Motion.
Councillor McKee?
Amendment.
Councillor Maitland?
Amendment.
And Councillor Young?
Motion.
And the motion carries 6 votes to 5 with 1 abstention, and that application is approved.
Thank you. Thanks, members. We move on to agenda item number 12. Erection of dwelling house and detached domestic garage. Approval of matters specified in condition 2. Layout. 3. Design. 4. External appearance. And 5. Landscaping of planning permission in principle 18/1793/PIP at plot 2, the Hen House, Tinrun, Thornhill, Dumfries. The application types approval of matter specified conditions reference numbers 21/2280 ARC. The recommendation to approve subject to conditions, in the case officer again is Claire Eckstein, and again Claire's just on telephone only. Take us through your presentation, please, Claire. If we've lost Claire for whatever reason, I'll ask David Sutty. It's a relatively simple application because it's an elected member. That's the only reason it's here. The applicant's an elected member. If we've lost Claire, David, can you take us through this?
I'm fine here now.
Oh, you're here now. Good, very good, Claire.
Right. David's sighing relief there. Right. So I'll just go through the photographs. So this is for plot 2, which is at land at near Tinrun. Next one. So this is an aerial photograph of the site. The site itself lies off the C11N, and you've got several properties surrounding the application site. You've got the lodge, which is the listed building, and then you've got more modern houses, Chain Cottage, Tinrun Cottage, and Beechwood Cottage. And throughout the presentation, you'll see reference to those various properties around about it. Shinelwood Cottage lies to the other side of the C11N. Next. So this is the proposed block plan, which shows the dwelling house and a large detached domestic garage workshop to the rear of the Next. This shows the house elevation and floor plans. So it's, 1.5 story, dwelling house with accommodation within the roof with dormer windows. Fairly traditional design towards the frontage, and then towards the rear we've got some more modern elements. Next. And this is the garage, domestic garage, which has been confirmed by the applicant that it is for domestic purposes. And it's a sort of mix of block render and profile sheet in grey. Next. So this is the entrance of the C11N. So the access to plot 1 and plot 2 is just to the right of the wooden fence, just where the red car is positioned on the site. Next. And this is the western corner of the site, and we're looking eastwards towards the lodge across and plot 1, which is obviously to the left. Next. So this is a close-up, which just shows a division between the access road at the front of the lodge with plot 1 and the access to plot 2, which is a red car, and that's it, just looking towards the C11N. Next. So this is coming back up the site. So this is looking along the southern boundary of the site, and we're just panning right, so we can see the Landai hedge, which is along the site frontage, and that's to remain. And then you can just see the wooden fence, which is Chain Cottage to the right. So that's looking back up towards the public road. Next. And this is just showing you Chain Cottage opposite the site, just to give you an idea of the existing buildings and the outbuildings as well. Next. And this shows just Tinrod Cottage with Beechwood to the right of that, with the access road up towards Landhill. And then the second photograph down, this is a street view. This is from the C11N, and that just shows the rear of Beechwood and Tinrod Cottage, and just shows the large boundary wall that runs along the C11N at that point. It just gives you an idea of the relationship to the site. Next. So this is obviously the application has been submitted. We consider that the application meets the terms of the planning permission in principle. We did receive a further representation from Tynwyn Community Council. Once they've received the report, I will defer to David as to whether he wishes this to be read out or not. They did make a request, but if we can, David can respond to that, then I will read it out if we wish.
I think since we've already refused late representations earlier on at this meeting, it would be unwise to have representations late read at this stage, but I'll take guidance from Tracy. Although it's my decision.
Sorry, who's the representation from, Chair?
It's in the Community Council. Well, they sent in our
Chair, it's a non-speaking item anyway, because the Community Council raised comments and made observations, but they didn't formally object. So one of their concerns was, Claire didn't actually mention this, but the original proposal had the garage, a very large garage sitting to the front. That has been amended, so that is something which the Community Council was concerned about and are less.
Right. So there's no objection as such, it's observation and comments.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. In that case, we'll let it stand. Do you want to read it out, Tracy?
I don't have it, Chair.
Is it a long letter?
But Chair, as David said, this is a non-speaking item, so they wouldn't have been allowed to speak anyway.
Right, okay. We've registered the letter's been here, and it's not an objection anyway, and it's non-speaking item, so we wouldn't have had a representation. So, fine. So we've received it and we've noted it's been received, but there's nothing we can do with it. So, members, you got questions for the case officer? No questions for the case officer? Go with the officer's recommendation unless someone tells me otherwise. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Yes, Chair, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you. Agenda item 13, it's the appeal decision for information and noting only. Members happy to note that. Members, that concludes the meeting. I have no other business other than to say to officers, staff and elected members, it's been a privilege to work with you. It's been a pleasure to be part of the planning application process over the past 5 years. Thank you very much for your support and your commitment and enthusiasm, and hopefully we'll catch up sometime in the future. Pauline?
Thank you very much for that, Chair. I just wanted to thank you for your support and approachability over the last 4 years, especially as a new councillor who was absolutely clueless and still is sometimes on planning. So yeah, all the best, Jim, and thank you very much for your chairing over the last 4 years. Take care.
That's very kind of you, Pauline. Thanks very much. Thank you, everybody. Thanks very much.
Just like to agree with all your comments about the staff and that, Chair. The comments for yourself, I'll keep to myself. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.